will be forth. And, we'll play the recordings and discuss it.
Yep.
And I guess that's it.
That's it. Yep. Almost with the quorum. And we're recording. Good evening, everybody. There goes my phone in the other room, but let it ring. Tonight we're going to listen to the great music of Abdullah Ibrahim. And we have with us one of the important jazz educators of Mr. Bob Sinecrope. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, Bill. Thank you. Thank you for having us. It's a real honor. And we've got a great team. Here's Aaron Goldberg that just came on. We've got a great team, as I was starting to say,
All set.
that really knows the music of Abdullah Ibrahim and loves it. And, all of us have had personal experiences, interactions with him. So, yeah.
I'm sorry. Multiple phones. Aaron, nice to meet you.
How are you? Nice to meet you, Bill.
So you guys are cousins, right? You're Goldbergs.
Somehow, I'm sure.
I told Bob when he invited you, and thank you for coming, and we should do something in the future. But, you have these cousins who are 10 years younger than you and 10 years older than you, so you don't really grow up with them. So I grew up, I've only met him twice, but I have an Aaron Goldberg cousin.
Oh, wow.
Who I left on Savannah, Georgia in the 1970s.
But you have an Aaron Goldberg CD.
Several, yeah.
There are actually some other Aaron Goldberg musicians. There was an Aaron Goldberg golfer. Sometimes I would be mistaken for him, like on social media. But then recently, there's another musician, like maybe a singer-songwriter, who somehow my Spotify and his Spotify get mixed together somehow. And then there's also recently I've been getting invites to Aaron Goldberg gigs, and he's a LA musician. So at some point, I'm going to meet all these other imposters.
Well, there was a wrestler named Bill Goldberg who was very popular in the 1980s.
Oh, he was huge. Yeah. But he was amazing. I loved Goldberg. Yeah, Goldberg.
During his fame in the 1980s, I would get prank phone calls all the time when we had phone books and our names were published.
I have a Goldberg wrestler T-shirt.
Oh, really?
It says Goldberg. Yeah.
Believe it or not, there's a Bob Sinecrope in Connecticut who plays the trombone and used to be a math teacher just like me.
Wow.
We had dinner one time. That's pretty unusual. That Goldberg is a little bit more common than Sinecrope.
Yes, you're the first Sinecrope I've ever met. I was thinking today, am I going to mispronounce your name?
No.
Well, what is the Italian pronunciation?
Probably Sinecrope. It's spelled with an I at the end instead of an E.
Sinecrope.
And,
Is there a town in Italy called Sinecrope?
No. The town of 400 people where most of the Sinecropes originate was also home to Tony Bennett's ancestry.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the village where my grandparents were born, we think George Garzone and I think we have the same great grandmother.
What's the name of that village?
Let's see. I will think of it when my old age sets in. Martoni.
Martoni in Sicily?
He and your friend that you played with recently, John Patitucci, George and John went to that village.
It's in Sicily?
No, it's in Calabria.
Calabria, okay. Yeah.
Pretty close. Yeah, so we actually...
Or Martone. Yeah, okay, with the E. Yeah, got it.
We were actually lucky because we knew my grandfather was from there, but we didn't know about my grandmother. And turns out she's from there also. And a local church gave me her birth certificate, which was a pretty powerful experience.
Wow.
Also, I don't know if any of you saw any of the Stanley Tucci series, Dining in Italy.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I went to Calabria. There was this tiny restaurant in this village of 700 people, Martoni, and it was that same restaurant we went. When we went there, they closed it early, and they kept bringing food out. It was like they had to wheel me out in a wheelbarrow. It was amazing though, and they had clay dish that when they took the clay out of the oven, you cracked it, and it was lamb, and it's like it was melt. It's like butter. And Stanley Tucci was at the same restaurant. I'm going to give Horace a call,
Okay.
because I think of all the people that are going to be on this, I think Horace probably I know he has the most interaction and the best stories. So anyway, let me see if I can get a hold of him.
I'm gonna make a pilgrimage to Martoni someday.
And Bob and Aaron, Robbie meet Cliff. Cliff is the wizard behind all the.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So, well, you call Horse. Should we start with some music? Or I guess the first piece is Duke 88. But let's just go back to a little background while you call him.
Hey, Horace.
We will have a second introduction.
So, Bill, tell us about that recording.
That is a piece entitled Siyahamba from the album South Africa Live.
Oh. And do we know the personnel on that?
It's on the Enja Heritage Collection.
Ah.
I think it's, yeah, a collection. So.
Okay.
Bob, why don't you introduce us to Robbie Lee and Aaron Goldberg as we wait for us, please.
Horace's unexpected travel delay. He's minutes away. Anyway, well, hi, everybody. Thanks for coming out so early. Just reminded me of a story. Any of you know that Great Day in Harlem, famous photo, and there's a Academy Award nominated documentary about it. And for those of you who don't know, I bet most of you do, is that was a gathering by Esquire magazine to celebrate their 50th anniversary. And they got as many jazz musicians as they could to gather in Harlem. And they interviewed, the movie was great. They interviewed a lot of people. And the only person that's still alive, by the way, is Sonny Rollins.
Sonny Rollins, yeah.
Anyway, there was one guy, I don't remember what his name is, and he said, I didn't know, because they had to get up in the morning to be there for the noon shot. But one guy said, I didn't know there were 2 10 o'clocks in a day. And I guess for a podcast, that we didn't know there were 2 5:30s in a day, maybe. Anyway, but thank you for those of you that joined. I'd like to share the hosting duties with 3 other incredible incredibly skilled and knowledgeable people about Abdullah Ibrahim. Aaron Goldberg is, if you haven't heard of him, go out and check him out because he's an amazing, amazing musician. He's also a great guy, and he's a former student. And Aaron, do you want to share a little bit more information about yourself?
Well, the reason that I play jazz music is Mr. Bob Sinecrope, who was my high school teacher, jazz teacher at Milton Academy. I grew up in Boston, and I fell in love with jazz courtesy of Bob. And soon after that, I discovered the great music of Abdullah Ibrahim. Had the incredible honor and pleasure of taking a trip with Bob and a lot of Milton students to South Africa in 1992. I was going to music school at the time in New York City. I just graduated high school. And yeah, I guess I'd already fallen in love with the music of Abdullah, but I was very moved by my experience. And I recently had a chance to return to South Africa for the first time in 25 years. So, you know, Abdullah kind of framed those experiences, both experiences for me. Had a chance to meet him a few times over the years and during my my travels. And yeah, it's an honor and pleasure to be here with everyone. Thanks.
Great. It's great to have you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And Robbie Lee. Robbie's also a former student and a great friend and incredibly knowledgeable about lots of music. He's actually had a relationship with Abdullah going way, way back. And Robbie, why don't you enlighten us, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Yep, I'm also a student at Bob's, and the impact of playing Abdullah's music from a young age, and really consistently, and kind of getting that music into the bones was really had a profound effect on me as a musician for the whole rest of my life. And it's music that I keep coming back to. And I grew up mostly as a jazz saxophonist. I would say I'm majority a flute player today of modern and pre-modern and eclectic flute instruments, and big ones and little ones. And I live in Brooklyn. I grew up in the Boston area, and I play very eclectic music with a wide variety of influences. And yeah, happy to be here.
Great. It's great to have you, Robbie. And tell you a little bit about myself. I was hired as a full-time math teacher. My degrees are in mathematics. At Milton Academy in 1972 or 3. I asked at the end of my first year if I could start a jazz program because I love jazz. And I didn't know anything about jazz. I thought I did, but I didn't know that. And the school didn't know that. So they said, sure, kid. And so we started a jazz program back in 1974. Yeah, it was really interesting experience. I'm still in touch with some of those students. One of them is from the Zildjian family, actually. Another was Harry Truman's grandson. Milton Academy has a lot of very interesting people. Anyway, and over the years, I realized what I didn't know, and I was wise enough and dedicated enough to go to jazz education conferences and to take private lessons with individuals. And luckily, I'd always been playing music, even since I had my first paid gig when I was in 8th grade. So that was sort of a great learning experience. And as I got deeper into, jazz and jazz education, I got hired by Jamie Aebersold, who's a renowned jazz educator, and he had these summer jazz camps. So he took me under his wing and teaching alongside, the greats like Jerry Coker and Dan Hurley and David Baker and Rufus Reed and just these amazing guys. And, you know, I was smart enough to absorb everything I could. And again, I went to these jazz education conferences. And so, you know, I continue to grow. I continue to try to learn. And over the years, you know, I got better at this, and I fell in love with the music of Abdullah Ibrahim. I was in a car, remember, I think it was 1989, and I just heard the music and it was great. And we didn't have cell phones back then. So I went to a payphone and I called Eric Jackson, who was a local hay horse radio DJ. And I just said, what was that? Who was that? And found out it was Abdullah. And I made a pilgrimage down to New York in 1990 and to meet him and hear him. And then I got him to come to Milton Academy to help us fundraise for a Black South African student program that Milton Academy had. And Abdullah walked into the middle of a morning concert that our students were playing of his compositions. I was told he had tears in his eyes. He ran up to the stage and said, you have to come to South Africa with us, with me. And I said, okay. In fact, that group won the Downbeat Award that year as the best high school small jazz group. So yeah, that's how we got started. And then it was an amazing experience. One of our English teachers had been a Johannesburg City Councilwoman for 10 years before she and her husband felt that they weren't safe because they had an anti-apartheid political beliefs, and they were vocal about it, and their phone was rigged and they had people spying on them. So they left and came to Milton, and so Janet came with us on that first tour, Janet Levine, and it was really amazing. Again, Aaron was there. Apartheid was still the law of the land, so it was pretty interesting. And then it was great. Abdullah came back to Milton Academy a few more times in '94, and then I didn't think anything of it. And Robbie Lee came up and said, could we go to South Africa? And I said, oh, yeah, okay. So we went in 1998. And, so I've taken students there 13 times, and I've been there another 5 times. And looks likely that I'm going to be in Southern Africa for about 5 weeks this spring and summer, working with a school in Botswana, with whom we've become friends, and also, of course, visiting some of our friends in South Africa. The music of Abdullah Ibrahim continues to inspire me, and it's just been a connecting vehicle for so many new friends and so many experiences. So I'm really grateful to Abdullah for his beautiful music, which has launched my career in so many ways. And we have Mr. Horace Alexander Young. And Horace, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourselves? Good to see you, Horace.
Unmute, Horace. There you go.
Sorry. It's good to see all of you. It's kind of an interesting situation here because I'm at a venue where I'll be attending rehearsal in about 2 hours. And I got here to unload, and they're digging up the streets completely around the perimeter of the building, which I didn't know. So once I got here, I had to, you know, I had miles to go before I sleep, more or less. So wonderful to be here. It's great to discuss a topic that's very close to me as well. And I met Bob, and I met initially Aaron, and then later Robbie in situations where initially Bob brought his students to hear Abdullah's group at Sweet Basil in New York. And that's where I first came in contact with them. And Abdullah had been raving about this high school group that he heard, and gave me a recording of someone playing a song called Joan that I originally recorded. And I listened to the alto player then and went and practiced for a while, because it was such an inspiration to hear someone playing a piece of music that I had a hand in recording that was It's really powerful. So that started my connection with Bob and with Milton Academy, of course, and it was wonderful to see other musicians champion an individual who's a great composer whose music speaks with such grace and beauty. And my own personal story with Abdullah is kind of different because it was completely unexpected, and then it involved some of the darker side of the music business. But I'll tell a PG version of this. A friend of mine was called to actually audition for Abdullah's group. A guy named Wendell Brooks, who had been a student of mine, and he wasn't able to do it, so he gave my name to the agent that was hiring this. So I had heard of Abdullah before by his previous name, Abdullah Brand, and I couldn't go on YouTube and fill my ears with everything. So I had some records in my collection, and I listened up to a bunch of things that I got on a guitar record. I go to the audition. We play the first tune, and the person who's leaving the band was coaching the person who was auditioning at the same time. So long story short, I felt that I was in an audition that had already been decided, and I hadn't planned to go back for the second day. But Abdullah's manager gave me a call in the middle of the night and said, Abdullah heard you play, and it reminded him of sitting in the church in Cape Town when he was a child. And it took him your sound and the way that you approach music and what he heard after just the first tune. So I went back to the audition and subsequently joined the band and was in and out of the band for 17 years. But what Abdullah didn't know at that point in time is that my uncle had built the church that he was sitting in. They were missionaries with our church at the turn of the century. So he heard something in my playing that I didn't even know was there, first of all, because when I was growing up, it was sacrilege to play a saxophone in the church. So I never experienced playing music in church at all. But what he heard was the thread of my uncles having been missionaries in his country and built the church he grew up in, and his grandmother had played piano in that church. Now, that's something that's way beyond my pay grade to even try to figure out. But I told Bob that story, and I told Abdullah's manager about that well after I had been in the band, because I didn't really know how to process that kind of, spiritual connection, honestly. So it was fun going to South Africa and seeing some of my relatives that came to the concert the first time I appeared there. And there are some churches in Botswana and Swaziland that are named after my uncle. So I was hoping to get over there and to actually go see those churches. But needless to say, it informs my mission of playing music. It gave me a completely different view of my life. And that although I'm not a person of the cloth, and I don't think that that's going to be a late experience of mine in life now, I clearly understand that I'm not just playing a horn for the sake of being a musician, that it's a much greater mission than that. And not only do I owe that to Abdullah for having me in the music, but he gave me the freedom to interpret the melodies that he composed. And a lot of composers don't really allow someone to have that kind of level of self-expression. So that has been meaningful. The records I had a chance to contribute to. And when he was welcomed back to South Africa, having an opportunity to conduct the National Symphony Orchestra of South Africa gave me the opportunity to have my hand in something that I've yet to have a chance to do in my own home country. So it's been a gig of opportunity and a relationship of opportunity, but it's been also an humbling experience to realize that this music is way greater than me or my ego or my skill, that it's much broader, and it's not for me, it's for the people who want and need to listen to his music and all other composers for that matter.
Well, thanks, Horace. Just to sort of tie a ribbon on this part, Horace is going to be coming up to Boston for the 3rd year in a row.
Oh, good.
And thanks to the Mass Cultural Council of Milton for 2 years and the 3rd year, and now the Mass Cultural Council of Quincy, Massachusetts, we're going to be doing celebrating South African jazz. We're going to expand beyond Abdullah a little bit. And Aaron has been a part of that for 2 years. Aaron, I can't use you this year because the union has said we have to have only union members. So please forgive me. And we're really excited because we're doing an afternoon concert on April 25th at 2 o'clock in the Kennedy Center. It's an elder center in Quincy. And then we're going to go over to the Methodist Church in Milton for the 3rd year in a row in the evening and play a tribute to all sorts of great music of South Africa, not limited to Abdullah, but certainly with a focus on Abdullah. And yeah, it's a real thrill to play, Joan Cape Town Flower with Horace and the other guys. So it's really special. I don't know how many of you, I don't want to be repetitive. I have an incredible biography. Maybe what I should do is put a link to that in the chat if you want to go through it. It's like an 8-page, I'm not going to read 8 pages, but it really tells a lot about Abdullah. Instead of having me read the little parts of it, throughout our time together, I think what I'll do is just put a link to it in the chat and you can go. Abdullah is, he's an interesting person. He has depth beyond what I certainly have. I mean, I'll tell a story. One time I went to hear him at the Regatta Bar in Cambridge, and it was a Sunday afternoon, and he was playing 2 sets, and my wife and I went, into the green room after the first set to pay our respects. And we weren't going to stay for the second set. And a number of people, are attracted to Abdullah, want to speak to him. So I was being respectfully, waiting my turn. And I was talking to his bass player and drummer, and it was across the room. And then finally there was an opening, and my wife and I went up and just said hi to him. And Abdullah is very mystical. And he said, how's the bird bath? And sometimes people say things that are a little bit unusual and you're not really sure. And you say, oh, it's great. This was just too far out of the realm. So I said, I don't know what you're talking about. And he said, the bird bath. And this was in August, by the way. And it was like, so after a little while, I thought about it. My wife had given me a bubbler, one of those little bubblers that you put together and gurgles and sounds nice and looks nice. She had given it to me for Christmas, and I had put it together that morning, and it looked like a bird bath. And so I described it to Abdullah, and he said, yeah, that's it. And, it was a mind blower. I said, how do you know that? And he said, I saw it next to you when you were standing across the room. I mean, there's something going on there that I don't know what it is, but I mean, that's pretty profound. And there's a number of other stories. I know Robbie, one time we were having dinner at your house with him, and he was talking about snakes and all sorts of stuff. So he's definitely a deep person who, it's got a lot of mystical things, and that certainly comes out in his music. It's so profound and beautiful and from the heart. And, so why don't we start with what we agreed to do is sort of rotate among the 4 of us. Horace, would you like to go first and have a tune played, and we can have a discussion about it? Can't hear you.
Would I be sharing from my screen, or is it coming from the?
It's coming from here.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I have your 7 or 8 selections. All queued up.
And we are working from Abdullah's repertoire or South African music overall.
Just Abdullah.
Okay, all right. So
You want me to read
Yeah.
you the tunes that you had suggested? Duke
yeah,
88.
I can make a suggestion right off the top. Mandela. That's
Okay.
one of my favorite compositions of his in general.
Okay, I've got that. I've got the version with Ricky Ford and Ben Riley.
Yeah, from Water from an Ancient Well.
Okay.
It's the record. It's the album.
Township.
Okay, here's some music.
Oh
Mandela.
yeah.
Mhm.
Water from an Ancient Well. Wonderful title. I think that ties into something you were talking about, Bob, his mystical side. And
Absolutely. Horace, you want to talk a little bit of why you enjoy that tune?
That was the band just before I auditioned and joined Abdullah's band, and that was the very first tune that I heard when I started my preparation for the audition, and I listened to when I was growing up because my aunt was from Cape Town. I listened to a lot of folk music from South Africa. One of the earliest things I heard was a piece of music that Miriam Makeba had done called Pata Pata, which we have a wonderful saxophone version of that I'll be seeing next month.
Really?
And also, I grew up as a really big fan of Hugh Masekela's, and later on, getting a chance to know him personally and play with him was really an honor. And some guys from my hometown in a group originally called the Jazz Crusaders and later the Crusaders, interacted with Hugh Masekela a lot at the beginning of their career. So that record sounded like my neighborhood back here in Texas. It had all of the earmarks of the same kind of music, only with a different rhythmic feel, but the voicings and everything. And over here, of course, growing up listening to Arnett Carr, David Fathead Newman, Illinois Jacquette, and all that, I heard that recording and I felt like I was at home. This is long before I knew that the word Akaya meant home. So that's just one of those things that I gleaned from the music before I ever met Abdullah or auditioned for the band or anything. And of course, Madiba is more than a mythical figure in South African culture, and a remarkable example of leadership and patience that over time, being on the right side of things overwhelmingly is the road that should be traveled. So that song bearing his name speaks in volumes as we go forward, in my opinion.
Wow. You know, I have my students have done that song, and that's why I said township. It just smacks of the township, thinking of Meadowlands, and you know, there's a great DVD called oh gosh, what's the name of it? It's about how music in South Africa was so important to the movement. Anybody know the name of that? Just like something in 4-part harmony.
It's not Amandla.
It might be Mandela in 4-part harmony or something. And it, you know, it has interviews with Abdullah, Hugh Masekela, Miriam Makeba. Is that it, Aaron? Yeah.
Great. It's a great film.
And yeah, the music was so important. There's a tune written by oh God, help me out. Yako Nkomo by a great tenor sax player. Whose name I can't remember right now. Anyway, you know, it was a song, it was a protest song, but white South Africans didn't know what it was about. And so it was a message where Black South Africans could protest without getting in trouble of crossing the line, so to speak. Winston Mankuku, who he actually, Aaron, no, it was Robbie. You actually played with him, didn't he come to a jam session?
Yeah. When we were in South Africa.
High school kid and a high school teacher getting to play with Winston Mankuku. Of course, not too many people outside of the realm of South African music would know who this gentleman was, but he was a giant. And Ezra Nkana was also there too. I want to tell a story about Nelson Mandela, of course, who's much beloved and an inspiration to so many of us. I got to hear him speak in person and was 7 minutes away from getting to meet him. He came to Harvard to accept an honorary degree. Anyway, and there was a great tune that my students used to play called "Bring Back Nelson Mandela" by Hugh Masekela, and of course there are other ones. And a funny story: Milton Academy students were playing in Cape Town. And this was, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 years ago, and Styx Mbusi, I don't know if any of you would know his name, but he was a well-known, respected musician in South Africa, came to hear us play. And we were closing our set with this tune, "Bring Back Nelson Mandela," which I loved that tune. I didn't know what that tune was, but when Nelson Mandela came to Boston in 1990, that tune was being played all over all the TV stations. It took me years to find out the name of that tune. By the way, Janet Levine, who was an English teacher, she was on the television. Every local television station had her on because of her background as being a city councilwoman in Johannesburg for 10 years. Anyway, so I fell in love with that tune, and I finally found out it was a Hugh Masekela tune composition. And so we were playing that tune to close our set, and the owner of the club came up and said, "Keep it going." So my students were, sharp enough. I went and I just did this, and I said, "Keep it going." And I turned around and said, "What's going on?" And he said, "Styx is calling Hugh on the phone, so you could hear you play it." So we're like, wow, that was pretty cool. So it turns out we were in Cape Town, but Hugh was in Long Island. He was sick in bed. Anyway, so they made contact with him, and we're playing the tune, and we listened to it, and he was listening to it. So when he got done, they put a microphone up to the phone and said, "Hugh, say something to the kids." So Hugh said, "Where's my check?" In other words, he has the rights to the tune, and everybody laughed. And they said, "Well, but say something to the kids." And he said, "Where's my check?" And it got a little tense a little bit, but then he said, "Oh, it was great," and yada, yada, yada. So anyways, that was pretty cool. Fast forward to the International Jazz Day. And a friend of mine, J.B. Dias, works for the Herbie Hancock Institute. And he called me up and said, "Bob, International Jazz Day was in Paris." And he told me some really nice news that he and his fiancee said that she wanted to have a honeymoon in Paris. So they waited until he got a gig in Paris to get married in Paris. And then he said, and Hugh Masekela was playing "Bring Back Nelson Mandela." And I interrupted him. I said, "Yeah, I heard it. It was great." And they were playing, that tune. My students played it all the time. And he said, "Well, Bob, they were playing your arrangement of "Bring Back Nelson Mandela." And I said, "What?" He said, "Don't you remember I asked you if you had any Hugh Masekela charts about 5 years ago?" And I said, "No, I don't remember that." He said, "Well, I did, and we did, and they put together a band." And and they were playing your arrangement. So I said, "Where's my check?" Yeah, I didn't get a check. Anyway, I think that's a pretty cool story. It goes back to what we were talking about, Horace, a little bit. There's something magical, not just Abdullah, it's in the planet. When you put things out there, the connections that get made, and the people that you meet and interact with, that how did that happen? And it's pretty special if you allow it to happen. Okay, Aaron.
Hey, can I
Please.
actually jump in on something? I have a real, I'd like to nerd out for a quick moment, if I may. I don't know, Horace, I see you're walking. I don't know if you're able to talk, but I was just, when we were listening to that tune, I pulled up the Wikipedia page of Water from an Ancient Well, and I noticed that the record was made at Van Gelder Studio in New Jersey. And I remember I was flipping through some of the Abdullah Ibrahim discography a while back, and I was surprised to see how much recording he did at Van Gelder in the 80s and the 90s, because it's such a famous studio where so many legendary jazz records were made. I mean, A Love Supreme, and so many of the great records in the classic records in the 50s, because it was the only independent studio. So all of the small labels that didn't have their own in-house recording studios would send the band to Van Gelder. And it's a studio that has a legendary sound to it. Anyway, I was just really surprised when I had first noticed that Abdullah was recording there at that time, and I think that Horace probably made some records there with him afterwards. And I'm a real uh, audio and studio nerd, and I was just kind of curious to ask Horace if he had any recollections of what it was like working there.
Yeah, it was, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was in a hallway where musicians were starting together, and musicians never talk before a rehearsal. Great question, Robbie, and I have to tell you, from the time I started listening to jazz, at one point in time, about 95% of my recordings were on a CTI label, and they recorded almost exclusively at Rudy Van Gelder's studio. So when I heard the first session that I played on, when I heard that we were going to record there, I was actually overwhelmed, because when you are a young musician and you're listening to recordings, there's a part of you that feels like one day I'll be doing that, and then there's another part of you that says, who am I to be in this situation, in a room where all of these great musicians have recorded. So when I got there, it was a little daunting in that regard. And of course, after I met Rudy, he was a very he was a really very nice man who didn't overwhelm you with all the great things that he had done. He came up and he was totally about what you needed as a musician. He set up his own mics. The person who assisted him through all of his great recordings and all the remastering sessions is a woman named Maureen Sickler, whose husband is Don Sickler, that owns, or did own at that time, Second Floor Music, and essentially the rehearsal studio where I first auditioned for Abdullah's band. So to your question, Robbie, and I'll make this quick, a circle started developing of people with whom Abdullah interacted, who I also had connections with from other places. And you hear people say the cliche that the music business is all about relationships, and not so much who you know, but people you can connect that have who are aligned in the way that you think and that want to do positive things. So true enough, in that studio, I'm setting up, man, and George Benson walks in and just sits down, and he routinely just come to the studio and hang out because he'd done so many records there. So, we don't have a guitarist in the band, anything like that, but just to be getting ready to record some music and George Benson sitting over your shoulder, like listening to everything, and you talking about overwhelming, man. That was a bit much.
Yeah.
And people would come through and just drop by. Wonderful place. It still is it's a museum, but it's a full service recording facility that Maureen oversees. And the first session was fantastic, but the really amazing part of it was we recorded a tune called Duke 88, which is on the list that I gave you.
Yep.
And we were playing in, Abdullah was from what, everybody says the old school, but we would go in and play a week at Sweet Basil. And then during the second week, we would go to the recording studio and play because the band was fresh, coming off of a week of playing together on the bandstand. So Abdullah never told us what we were recording. He just picked the tunes out of the book and we played. And of course, Joan was one of those songs because it was brand new at that time. And he told me, okay, we're going to record the wedding. I said, yeah, man, well, you did that with Carlos Ward. He said, yeah, well, I want to record it with you. So naturally, my ego now is about this big because I got to show up for one of Abdullah's biggest records, you know. So all of this is swimming around in my head. And John Stubblefield, who was playing tenor in the band, started playing a tune, and he had played with Abdullah decades before that. He said, hey man, whatever became of that tune, Duke 88, that we used to play in the band, you know, back then? He starts playing it. And he walks over to Abdullah, and Abdullah looks at him and then starts playing the piano. He says, great, let's record this one first. So nobody in the band but John and Abdullah had played this. So I sat at the piano and I looked at what he was doing and wrote the charts out. And we took a break and I went out to my car so I could get to a surface where I could, you know, hear what I had recorded with my cassette player in the session. We went through it and kind of transcribed parts. And so when I got out of the car and I'm walking back in the studio, Rudy Van Gelder was standing outside and he says, yeah, I guess it's business as usual, right? He's recorded here a lot and he always changes his mind about this and that. And I said, yeah, man, well, you know, I had to sit down and write all this, you know, quickly. And he said, well, see where your car's parked? I said, yeah. He said, well, in a similar situation, that parking space right there is where John Coltrane parked and wrote Moment's Notice. So now I really feel about this small man. Like, gee, man, thanks a lot. So needless to say, that particular recording does have that immediacy and that spirit of a band from way back when, and I have no problem sharing this with everybody. Abdullah did not believe in overdubbing solos. So the solos that you hear were the ones that were played live in the moment of the recording, and the recording was a first take.
So you never did a second take?
No.
And just to go back to your story, because I've heard it before, and I'm glad you shared it. John Coltrane had to come up with another original tune. They were in the studio and they didn't have time, you know, they didn't have one. So that's why John Coltrane went out and wrote Moment's Notice just on the spot. And what a great title for that name, for that tune, because it's appropriately named, isn't it?
That's exactly right.
I'm going to make a very quick point. Well, I can second that. If you go to Van Gelder's studio, it's so overwhelming. The amount of history that, you know, everyone was mentioning is so overwhelming that it's a little bit paralyzing. And they're actually looking for work. You know, they're trying to convince people to. I'm talking about Maureen and Don. It's a very much a functioning studio, and they're, you know, but myself and many of my friends are actually kind of like hesitant to work there because the feeling of it is so intense. You know, we've listened to so many records that were recorded. They're playing the piano is a very intense experience, even if nobody's recording, because you think about all the amazing piano solos that you can sing by heart that were all recorded on this piano. So that's a, you know, looming shadow of your heroes is a serious thing. But I was just going to point out one smaller thing, wonderful, joyous, magnificent thing about Abdullah that I think is underappreciated, is just how swinging his bands were when it was time to swing. You know, he's not known as a swinging pianist, but he would hire the most swinging New York rhythm sections, such as David Williams, you know, Happy Williams and Ben Riley. It doesn't get more swinging than that. And you know, it's rare that you get to hear guys so fantastically, fabulously swinging, playing over three chords. I mean, including, you know, Charles Davis and Ricky and Carlos Peoples and Dick Durfin soloing over the three chords. But just to hear like David Williams walking over those three chords and swinging his butt off is a unique, wonderful thing. So he, you know, Abdullah knew who were the best guys to call in New York, who he wanted in his band. And one of the reasons he wanted them was because they played jazz better than anybody else in the world. American jazz.
Great. Well, Aaron, you're up. Would you like to do Blues for Hip King?
Oh yeah, that was I guess that was my request. Sure.
Here we go.
So, do you know the story about that?
I heard a version of the story, but I'd love to hear your take of it. Or maybe I don't know, have you heard before? What do you think?
So, Swaziland is a country that's totally encircled by South Africa. It has no water, there's no ocean or river or anything. Well, maybe there's rivers. Anyway, but you can't get into Swaziland or out of Swaziland without going through South Africa. And I guess during apartheid, Abdullah was there for some time. And he made friends with I have his name written down here, King Sobhuza II of Swaziland. And I guess they became buddies. And so Abdullah wrote a tune called Blues for a Hip King. So that's where the name came from. Is that sort of the story you heard, Aaron?
Yeah, I did a little bit of research on the internet, and I think there are many people who dispute exactly how hip he was. In many ways, he may have been quite problematic, but
Yeah.
but obviously he inspired an incredible piece of music. So if Abdullah thought he was hip, he definitely was hip in the ways that Abdullah. There's many possibilities of truths that came out later that Abdullah maybe never knew.
So, Bill, would you like to play that for us?
Absolutely. Yep. Will do. Here we go. Okay, just a little delay of a few seconds because when we talk a lot, my Spotify account closes. So let me just reopen that.
Perhaps you should have a cassette player ready.
I've got one behind me. Let's see. And now Spotify, I can log on my PC, but now I have to go to my email to get special codes. So bear with me 1 second.
It's a very cool name for a tune.
Yep. Fabulous selection. Beautiful. From Abdullah's record African Dawn, which was a solo tribute to Monk and Duke and Billy Strayhorn. Compositions by all of them, as well as compositions he wrote for Monk and Coltrane as well.
Aaron, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I mean, I could talk for a long time about this song, but I would start by saying there are probably 7 or 8, at least 5 or 6 that I've heard recordings of this, and he played it on a lot of solo concerts. I think every time I heard him play solo, Abdullah has played this song, and there are a lot of live recordings and bootlegs of him. So, this particular version, as Horace said, who knows best, who was in the studio with him, he is very much in the moment. He's a true improviser as well as a true composer. I think it's a rare combination to be somebody that is both like extremely perfectionist with his writing, his compositions, and also very free in his improvisation. He may, yeah, I mean, I would be interested to hear if you guys have other good examples of this, but I think and Horace would probably be the perfect person to ask this too. Like, my sense of him is that he was both like an extremely perfectionist composer and resisted that tendency as soon as it was time to involve improvisation, which is probably why he only allowed himself to do one take or allowed the band to do one take, because he really wanted to have that combination of truly being in the moment in a Zen kind of Buddhist way and letting whatever happens, and wherever the feeling takes him at the as an improvisational pianist, while at the same time like really deeply caring about every tiny, not just chord structure and detail of the composition, but also like the exact voicing. So when he plays this, you don't hear him making a lot of alterations with the song itself. Unlike, say, Monk, who was constantly changing his own song. But then when it's time for him to improvise, he's quite remarkably free, especially in this particular version that Bill you chose. I think, you know, my sense as a jazz musician myself is that musicians go through different periods, and this was a period of, you know, exploratory period from a pianistic sense and an improvisational sense for Abdullah. And this, you know, fortunately it was captured on this record. You hear him, as we say, is, you know, musicians stretching. And you also hear him kind of emoting through the piano in a way that's kind of reminiscent of some Keith recordings of, you know, the 70s and early 80s. So that's interesting. You can hear that Abdullah's been influenced as an improviser by free jazz. You don't really hear that in the compositions. It doesn't feel like the compositions that he has written through his career have been influenced by free jazz compositions, but his improvisation truly has. And you could argue maybe he's more influenced by free jazz than he is by bebop as an improviser, if you look at his improvisational language. He's a very unique improviser, and I think he kind of breaks all the rules and all the attempts to characterize improvisers and put them in boxes and talk about their improvisational voice and the influences that led to it. You know, I've never been able to talk with him about this, but I would be interested to know. It's sort of easier to figure out who are his compositional influences, and you know, you hear the church, you hear the blues, you hear Duke Ellington, you hear South African composers, you hear a lot of stuff that's more obvious. You hear even some classical music, but it's really kind of mysterious who are his improvisational heroes and who helped him form his improvisational voice, and from where is he deriving inspiration. I mean, you don't hear, for example, Bud Powell, you don't hear McCoy, you don't hear, you know, you don't really, I would argue at least, you don't even really hear Earl Hines or Monk or, you know, Duke as an improviser. It's hard to place where he's coming from, or even if he sort of studied bebop or pre-bebop improvisational tradition. So that's, I'm just leaving that out there to see if, you know, what Bob, Robbie, and Horace and anybody else might think about this question. But anyway, the composition is a magical, also very unique piece that's very deceptive. It's very simple and very deceptive at the same time, without getting too nerdy about it. And it manages to put you in a trance and take you to the church, and, you know, be a protest song at the same time. It's many, it's a vehicle for many emotions, and it always moves me to both listen to it and play it. And it can go hundreds of different directions. And Abdullah has taken it in hundreds of different directions himself.
A question about Abdullah's African influences, keyboard and other musicians that he heard. We know the church, but if you can comment a little bit about some of his inspirations that he got from in his early years.
Yeah, I think I'm not really equipped to talk about that. I have heard Abdullah's, I think, earliest recording, trio recordings. I mean, he didn't start playing solo till later. So, you know, you do hear a little, you hear some bebop influence in his very early recordings, but more in the, I feel like more in the improvisational language of the saxophone players he was collaborating with at the time. I'd be interested to know if, Horace, you've had any chats about this with him. You know, you could argue, I know he was friends with Randy Weston, you know, maybe there were some Randy Weston influences. Certainly he was hearing, you know, Abdullah was on the international touring festival circuit and hanging out with musicians like, you know, Ben Riley and David Williams. So he was hanging out with everybody. He knew, you know, he knows Kenny Barron, he knows, you know, Al Foster, he knows all the masters of the jazz tradition that I grew up listening to and I currently have experience with. So he certainly heard them, so he was influenced in that sense, but it's not clear to me that he ever like did a period of study of what I think of as the mainstream kind of bebop and post bebop improvisational tradition. But I'm, interested. I can't speak to his African influences unfortunately. I wish I could.
I do know that he overwhelmingly was influenced by Duke Ellington in every respect, not only the playing and the writing, and heavily influenced by Thelonious Monk. The only African pianist that I heard him speak about at all was Chris McGregor, and they were contemporaries. And Abdullah had a lot of respect for what Chris was doing compositionally and writing wise. But I didn't hear him talk about older influences. And as the story and legend goes, he learned most of what he did buying records and then sitting down and gathering things from recordings that he heard. So I was able to look at him play a lot because I'm a frustrated pianist myself. And so I've tried to learn about writing from the piano. I stopped taking lessons before I became enlightened that that's the shit I should have been like paying more attention to. So I would always stand, any piano player that I worked with, I'd always stand around and watch what they did. And he spent a lot of time playing stride. So I don't know whether he embraced stride because Monk was such a master at it, or it's something he gathered from listening to Earl Hines and Art Tatum records. Because clearly, and you'll understand this, Aaron, and Robbie and Bob and any other pianists that are in the room, pianists like to talk chords and the changes, and they're fascinated by substitutions and all that. And all the time I spent around him, I'd say, "What chord is that you're playing there?" And he'd look at his hands. He was more involved in counterpoint and the harmony that was the result of what he was playing this way, as compared to thinking about this, which was really kind of amazing to me because as an arranger, chords is, that's something I'm not obsessed with, but I think in that language. So between Duke and Monk, those are two big influences. But what we should also remember is that to some extent, Abdullah played the saxophone for a long period of time in the pursuit of. So he was very involved with what Coltrane was doing and Archie Shepp and Gato Barbieri. There's a record that they made together, actually, that's really quite good. So there's that side of him. And for a while, when I was still in the band, he would travel with his soprano and play on gigs on certain tunes and then talk shop with us about saxophone. So I don't know that that's part of the story of whether that came first or the piano came first. I don't know that. And to be honest with everyone in the room, I was so busy learning, and then of course when I became a musical director, I was transcribing stuff and writing charts for the band. I got the history lesson as he would give it, because it's not the kind of thing of, "Hey man, can you sit down and talk to me and how you evolved?" He might start talking about plants and stuff, man, and that's not what I was necessarily looking for. So I don't know that that was a wasted opportunity. I got the historical stuff out of him, and then people I would meet that would talk about him when he was younger, like Basil Cutsey was a walking encyclopedia about Abdullah, and one of the most beautiful human beings and greatest saxophone players I'd ever met. Just great sound, just pure grit, literally playing right out of the center of his body with every note. And, that was hard seeing him leave the planet, and that was also hard on Abdullah because they were kindred spirits in every way as well. So that's something that maybe I'll ask him if I get a chance to see him about those things. I don't know. If we don't know, guys, I don't know that anybody knows.
I mean, I have a strong hunch that Abdullah is not gonna say like, "Oh yeah, when I was 20, I transcribed this Thelonious Monk solo." Like I'm sure he would stay mysterious about it, and I think it's wonderful in a way that it's hard to trace his improvisational influences. As a pianist and as a composer, you can definitely hear a ton of Duke, and that, and the stride is definitely related to yeah, as you said, Duke and Monk and Earl Hines. But the improvisational language is still to me quite fascinating and mysterious, and also the kind of, I would say this is hard to describe without getting too nerdy, but the, let me put it this way, like if you're a trumpet player, in order to make the note come out of your horn, you have to hear it in your head or else you can't actually form the embouchure necessary to
Mhm.
note. And there's clearly times when Abdullah is like really hearing the note that he's aiming for, and then there's other times where he's going for flourishes and stuff that almost is reminiscent of Cecil Taylor, just a little tiny bit, where Cecil's not improvising in that way. He has a different kind of more global way of hearing textures and shapes and sounds and gestures. So Abdullah has some of that gestural improvisation too, which is, yeah, like you don't hear that, for example, with the horn players that played on the water water from a sorry
Water
Yeah.
from an 18 well.
water from ancient well, right? You don't hear that in Ricky Ford. I mean, not in this record, right? You don't hear it. You hear the people that he loved were clearly influenced by Charlie Parker, Coltrane, that whole tradition. The people that he hired to play with him, Horace as well, Fathead Newman. But he himself, you don't hear that same tradition in his improvisational language. That's my little 10 cents, and I'm fascinated by that fact.
And Aaron, I was kind of thinking when you were bringing that up originally, because I hear Duke and a lot of Monk within his improvisations in the flourishes, not in the sort of core ideas when he's sort of going for a phrase, but sort of like in between phrases, he'll do like a high, kind of low to high on the keyboard or high to low, right? And those things feel very much like he's drawing on the Duke and the Monk language.
I think that's right. I think that there's a pianistic tradition that's pre-bebop, including Art Tatum is maybe the super master of that. And I think like you're hearing Tatum's influence on Duke and Monk. And yeah, these kind of pianistic improvisational flourishes that are a part of Abdullah's repertoire. Yeah, I think you're right.
Hey, I did put in the chat a quote that I found from an interview online that came, I think, from the early 90s, maybe, where he's talking about some of the bands that he played in sort of before his known jazz era, when he was in these South African big bands playing music that seems to be sort of a amalgam of sort of big band arrangements of African music together with influences from American jazz, kind of thrown all in together.
Yeah, I like the point you make about Erskine Hawkins, because a lot of his, I think I probably heard Abdullah Ibrahim before I heard a lot of Erskine Hawkins. But one of the things, I don't know if he talked about to any of you in his jazz education in his early years about studying sheet music. I know that Sun Ra, every day after school, he would go to a music store and read scores for 3 or 4 hours, because there was very little radio, almost no records, but he learned the great music. So just, I don't know if any of you talked to Abdullah about that in his early learning of music.
I have a question, Horace. Was Abdullah, I mean, was my experience with him, he doesn't read music that well, but I know he played in King Kong, the musical, and I don't know if there was music written out for that. Horace, do you know?
The music from King Kong?
No, it was Abdullah, if you put a chart in front of him, with staff, could he read it easily?
Yes. When he first sketched Joan, he sketched it on staff paper, on a grand staff. That was what he had started and was reading from it when we first played that tune in that particular audition. And then I saw some drafts of some things that he had done where he sketched things out. And then there's a point where he completely departed from writing anything down. On gigs, he had a sheet of legal size paper you probably saw this, where he had a list of all the tunes that he had written. And during the gig, he would sit and look at this list. And we never had a set list. So for me, the gig was initially a nightmare because I was playing 4 instruments on the gig. So I never knew which instrument I'd have to pick up. And Abdullah always read the audience. It's funny, the term read the room, I would swear that he made that up because he would look at the audience and he would see what was out there and play these medleys. Going to your point, Aaron, he would improvise these interludes between songs and we never knew where it was going. And some people would set the song up with a chord that leads you to hear the key you're going to. And sometimes he'd do that and then switch and go to another key just to see if everybody was in the moment. That was his whole thing of being right there in the now, always. So I remember he set a tune up and I reached to pick up a piccolo, which I was playing the song. And I blew some air through it. And just as I got ready to play, he switched and then looked at me and giggled. So I said, okay, all right. So I see what this is all about. So I would always wait until he committed himself to the tune, unless it was something that I or someone else was starting. But on the bandstand every night, nothing was ever regular. Nothing was ever as it had been the night before. And the transitions were seamless. And that list, the paper looked like it came from the 1950s. He'd been writing on it. It looked like he wrote on it with what are those pens that used to have the cartridges in it that you'd exchange? I had them in grade school.
Ballpoint.
Well, not the ballpoint. The other ones where you'd put a cartridge in the pen and you'd recognize the ink when it was on old paper because it would blot and it would start to fade. And some of the fountain pen, yeah. And some of the titles were written in fountain pen. Some of them were written in ballpoint. Some of them were written in pencil, and then some of them looked like they were written in charcoal. So I don't know what that was all about, but I saw the list once, and then he came over and took it from me, and walked away as if it was a secret document that I wasn't supposed to see. So I thought that was entertaining, but nonetheless. He is a spontaneous composer. The solos are not lick oriented, although he has his own personal motifs. But one of the things I think I could say that would probably benefit everyone was there was a Welcome Home concert in 1993 that was done in Johannesburg. We played with the National Symphony of South Africa. And I wrote all the arrangements for him. So knowing the gig was coming up, he gave me a list of songs that we wanted to do. I said, okay. Just okay, well, go ahead. I said, oh, well, don't you want to say what you would like to hear? Maybe the instruments over here do this. Or is that some consultation? Do you have some ideas? He says, no, just write what you hear me play. I said, oh, okay. But I couldn't record anything on the gigs. So my knowledge of the tunes, the melodies and the chord progressions, that was the starting point. And I can say this now freely because that was 1993 and this is 2025. I had never written for an orchestra before in my life. And there was no opportunity there was no Pro Tools. There's no musical software for me to hear what I wrote before and then change things and all that. I studied music and I studied writing, but writing for a full philharmonic orchestra is not just something that one just does. So to be honest with everybody, from the downbeat of the first tune, that first chord that I heard where there was agreement and Abdullah sat back at the piano and sighed. I said, yes, we're good. And because I couldn't change all of those scores at once. And he was a very picky person about his music. But to have that trust of someone who's composed so many tunes. And then the orchestra really really loved playing it because I didn't try to write jazz tunes for classical music. I wrote Abdullah's music for the combination of the musicians that were going to play. Orchestra musicians, people that were in Abdullah's American band, and people that were in Abdullah's South African band. We all played together on that concert, and that was truly, truly wonderful. But I don't know a lot of other people that would, especially keyboard players, and I'm not being funny. You all know how you are, Aaron. So about chords and harmonies and why did you do this and why did you do that? In Blues for a Hip King, we played this beautiful chorale at the front of it, very much like what's on the piano. And then I composed a counter line for a piccolo player to play in unison with the harp player. Because the harp player, I didn't want them to sit up there and play butterfly music all night. I wanted them to have, you know, some parts that had teeth. And Abdullah sat there and looked at that. And then he played it. He opened his solo with the line that I had written, which was really kind of overwhelming. Like, dude, you know. So I'm figuring I must have heard that somewhere in the whole experience that was an inspiration for me to recall. I'm not about to sit here and say I got it like that. Not in translating his music to an orchestra. I've never written for an orchestra. So I have a lot since then. That was my first experience. And then also conducting it. And let's get real, everybody, about the backdrop of South Africa in 1993. Just before the concert, the stage manager came up to me and said, you know, Christopher Hanning was assassinated a week before this concert. And there's some people that may not want to see you doing what you're about to do. So would you be comfortable wearing a bulletproof vest? And I'm sitting there looking at the score and I'm thinking about notes and chords and all this. And this guy comes in and tells me that, you know, there could be a problem. So, you know, you're standing up conducting an orchestra, your hands are up in the air. You know, it's there. So I'm going to tell y'all, everybody here, I said a prayer and I said to myself, if this is how I go out, so be it.
Wow.
Incredible story. Wow. Thank you.
I have a few things that I think might be of interest. First of all, I don't know if it's an accurate description, but the bellow shake that Abdullah does, and you know, on the end of the Blues for Hip King and other tunes, it is like ferocious. It's so powerful, you know, and I've had the incredible experience of being near him when he does that, and it's just, oh my gosh. There's a book called Thinking in Jazz by Paul Berliner. Some of you might know it, and it describes what's going on in musicians' heads when they improvise. And there's a section on Abdullah, and it talks about he thinks he's a samurai warrior fighting the forces of evil.
Fighting the forces of
Evil.
Well, he was.
Yeah. And you can tell when he's playing. I mean, I don't know if you ever watched his face when he's playing, but so he was playing at the Milton Academy in 1974 with a trio, and it was packed. It was sold out, and the heating, the air conditioning wasn't working, and so the fire alarm went on, and people are running out because it's not safe to stay in a building where there's a fire alarm. And Abdullah didn't stop playing. And I finally had to go up from the stage and put my hands on his shoulders and saying, "Oh, Abdullah, there's a fire alarm." And he said, "Well, I just thought I'd play while people were leaving." And I said, "About half the people here will risk a fire to hear you continue to play, so you got to stop it." But I remember another time I asked him, I said, "Do you remember the fourth tune that you played in that?" You know, because he would play these 90-minute concerts without stopping at all. And he would just get up there and play. And he looked at me and said, "I have no idea what I played when I play." And he's such a master. I had the privilege of hearing him a few months ago, 90 years old. And we were talking briefly about music and, being authentic and not thinking your way through a solo, but just hearing it. And I said, we got to internally hear it. And he corrected me and said, no, there's nothing between, it just comes out. It's kind of like you get out of the way and let your hands, so again, that's the mystical part of Abdullah, that he's so skilled and he's got such incredible music background. He's channeling the music, I think. The other story is that he does talk in a language that you have to sort of learn. I remember the first time I met him, when he came to Milton Academy, he had a list of things that when he came in, I had a check off. This is, you agree to do this, you agree to do this. By the way, one of them was to go to the mosque. So I got to go to the mosque for a service with which was really very special. Anyways, and I said, look, you're not getting paid to do this. I said, but would you allow me to play would you play a tune? Could I play a tune with you? And he said, yeah, okay. So he had a friend who was there, and I have to say he was a trooper, because he heard the concert in the morning and then went to the mosque, and then he did a question and answer. And, here it was about 3 o'clock, and he hadn't eaten anything since he arrived at 10 o'clock in the morning. And so he's playing the piano, solo piano, and his friend says, he's calling you. And I said, oh, I didn't hear him say my name. And he said, no. He's playing, but he's calling you right now. So I play string bass, and I walked out with my string bass. And I knew John Cape Town Flower, because you heard that. And then he played something from Mantra Mode, which hadn't been released yet. And he was playing with his left hand to kind of help me, because I had never heard the tune. And then he looked at me after we were done, and he said, that bass should be in the museum. Which I think he was saying something nice about my playing. But I mean, that's the way he talked. And then another time, many years later, he was in residence at the Gardner Art Museum. And he was playing an evening concert, mostly solo piano. And my dad had gone into a coma. And I found out while we had been rehearsing earlier that he had a quintet from the conservatory that he had playing his music, and he insisted he wanted me to join the quintet. I'm not sure why, because I didn't belong. Anyway, so during the concert, I said, would you play a tune for my dad? And he hesitated. And he said, only if you'll play it with me. So he's playing one of these nonstop, for 30, 40, whatever, 50-minute medleys. And all of a sudden he starts playing Mountain. And I don't know how I knew it, because he never said anything. But with me, it was kind of bar. So I walk up and I said, it's beautiful. It's just, it's beyond the realm. And the other thing is that he called my mother in Connecticut. Just to, my dad did pass away after that concert a few days later. And I just thought it was so thoughtful and so kind. But the fact that he just has this way of communicating. Aaron, do you remember? And after the concert, we played at University of Cape Town, and it was our last concert in South Africa. And we were playing a Clifford Brown Maxwell's version of Take the A Train, and we were playing a really fast tempo. And there's a note, da 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 da. A lot of people play a D natural, it's a D flat, and we knew that, and we were playing it, but we were playing it field. He could hear it, so he came up to me, held my hand, walked me to the piano after everybody's saying thank you, it was so nice to meet you, and he said, Duke was really deep, and then he played, a little bit of Take the A Train, and he kept hammering in the D flat. He just kept playing it over and over and over. And then he got up without another word and walked away.
I remember that extremely well.
Yeah. It was just like, wow, Abdullah, but it's like, where'd you go? Yeah.
Can I jump in, guys?
Go right ahead.
All right. So Bob, I'm going to request, I did put a little note in the side chat for you. I know you've been busy talking and sharing wonderful stories. The problem is your audio is not really crisp right now. It was, I think Bill was better earlier in the show, right? You guys are audio guys. You can agree or disagree with me. So I don't know if we want to take a music break, or Aaron, you can finish your piece of the story. And Bob, if you can leave and come back, and do you have a microphone at all? You're just using your laptop there. Because
Yeah,
it really is choppy. Aaron, do you?
I think Cliff is right, Bob. Your audio, but I'm not sure why. It might be that you were just far away from the.
Yeah, maybe. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Hey,
And you
thanks.
also did drop. Yeah, you did drop a little bit. I think maybe your internet is not quite right. But Bill, Aaron, I don't want to interrupt your the rest of that story. Go ahead.
No, I was finished. That's all right. I have, I mean, without telling any more Abdullah stories, I mean, I think that when Abdullah wants to tell you something, he comes up with an innovative way of doing it, and one that you won't forget. So you are going to eventually get the message, but you might get it in that moment, or you might get it weeks later. Wayne Shorter's quite similar to that.
wait, was he saying that the note is supposed to be D flat, or that it's actually D after all?
He was saying that it should be D flat, which it should, and actually it was.
Yeah.
The tempo we were playing at, and the musicians who were playing, were not at the level of Horace or what Aaron grew into be. Although,
Maybe some of them were playing D and D flat together.
Actually, I'm pretty sure they were playing D flat, but
I'm not as sure, and I was there.
Well, he gave a lecture once, an off the cuff, in the moment lecture to me and Craig Handy and Delphio Marcellus and Jimmy Kozer about the importance of intervals in his music. And then he used Brilliant Corners, Monk's Tune, and then Take the A Train. And then he sang it the way that those guys wrote it. And then he sang it the way that a lot of people play it as a result of the real book generation. And that D flat became a D natural. And then he gesticulated the intervals as he sang them, so that he moved his body, and the D flat was a certain way, and then the D was another way, which was completely hilarious. So it was like watching Gregory Hines singing the D flat, and then watching a caricature of Mr. Bill singing the D natural. And he did it with a complete straight face. And then we got the joke, and it's like, okay, dude. So next time around, we'll watch the interval. Because out of nowhere, he would play Take the H Train out of nowhere in the middle of a gig. There were certain people whose music he played, like Monk, for instance, side by side with his originals. One night at Sweet Basil, Steve Lacy came to the gig and was sitting on the front row. I was standing right in front of him, and the only tune in the book at that time that I played soprano on was Skippy, one of Monk's tunes. So out of the blue, he called Skippy, and I'm standing in front of Steve Lacy, who played on the record playing soprano. He loved those kind of moments, man. I mean, he was definitely one of those old school mentors that never let you get comfortable on his gig. So when you brought up that D flat, I kind of laughed inside, because I saw him, doing his thing, man. I wasn't quite sure at the time whether he was serious or whether he was just kind of goofing around with everybody. But, to say that was some 30 plus years ago, it's not the 90-year-old Abdullah Ibrahim that we're speaking about.
Can I ask a question? How long did Ricky Ford play with Abdullah in that great band, Akia, I think it was called?
Akaya. Yeah.
Akai, excuse me.
Ricky was in the band before I got there, and he actually came back to the band in two other specific situations. In the whole orchestra project with him, Ricky wrote some string arrangements for Abdullah when Abdullah first had the idea to start doing things in that realm. But he was in the band. There are two records, one that's called Mendif, which was a film soundtrack, and then Water from an Ancient Well. So those two records were made before I got in the band, and we were still playing a mixture of music from those two records. And then getting to play with Ricky was, I have to say, was really inspirational. And I'll make this really quick. I had several friends that played with the Ellington Band in the early 70s. And I saw Ricky when he was in that band. He was maybe 19 years old and was absolutely on fire. And I had just started playing saxophone at 18. So I'm looking at a guy who's my age that's like light years down. It's like racing against, Carl Lewis with ankle weights on, you know, you know, and just hearing him play, he was completely unbridled. And of course he mellowed over the years, but he was amazing. And then later, after talking with him, he started playing when he was 18. He just practiced about 8 hours a day, man. He was one of those people at that age that knew he wanted to play the tenor saxophone, and he was willing to pay that price while other people were playing with frisbees, So remarkable musician, really great writer, well beyond his years in the early part of his career.
I discovered him on those records he made with Jackie Bayard, and I still listen to those. And they're great.
Yeah, there is a recording called Star Dance that Ricky recorded with Abdullah that's really well more than worth hearing. Really beautiful.
Forrest, do you want to choose another piece? I can look for Star Dance, but I don't think I
How about Duke 88?
got. Yep, that we have right here. Mm-hmm.
And I have to say that this was through a long and drawn out story that I will not tell. The holdover between the band just before I joined it was Craig Handon. He was the musical director. So a few different players changed during the first 3 years I was in the band, but I was really blessed to be in a band with Howard Johnson and John Stubblefield, Robin Eubanks in the horn line, and Buster Williams and Ben Riley in the rhythm section. Really amazing situation. So that's who you're hearing on this record. And on that record also, Howard played some tuba and some trumpet and also baritone sax instrument he was most well known from. So right out of the gate, you will hear Howard Johnson in full splendor.
That's one of the best rhythm sections you can have.
Oh, I agree, man. It's one of those overwhelming moments when you look over your shoulder and you see that you're playing in a band with Buster Williams and Ben Riley. And however you got there, it doesn't matter. But you gotta step forward.
Duke 88. Thank you. Duke 88. Incredible. Incredible. Comments? Anyone?
Bravo, Horace.
Yeah.
And John Stubblefield. Wow, I missed John Stubblefield. Wow.
Yeah, John, it's really beautiful player, man.
Yeah.
I was going to say I love the tune, but I hate the fade out.
Well, you know, you gotta conform to radio standards of the time.
8 fantastic minutes.
Oh wow, looks like Brooklyn Academy of Music just played "No Fear, No Die." I just missed it. Wow.
So what now?
So the last record you said you did with Abdullah was also a film soundtrack, right? For
Yes,
this
it was.
Claire Denis film, "No
Yeah.
Fear, No Die." Right. They just showed it at Brooklyn Academy of Music. I just
Wow.
missed.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was a great experience assisting him on a film, because he didn't want to work with time code. He just wanted to record. He wanted to see the film, see the scenes where she wanted music, and then he wanted to compose vignettes and then let her do whatever she wanted to do with shaping it to the film. And of course, a lot of people don't necessarily, they like things to be more segmented to fit a certain scene, and you can put it up and then work with the film editors and all that. And he didn't really want to be involved in it from that standpoint. And then you see the film and it was amazing, everything that was done, and then leaving the filmmaker to do her thing with what he presented. That was really amazing. But he wrote the tunes as complete sentences. I guess that's the best way that I can describe it.
Wow, I love that actor too. I got to see that film.
Yeah, it's really quite
Isaac de
really
Banco.
quite an extraordinary film.
Yeah, that's great.
And there's there are 2 pieces on there that one's called Calypso Minor and one's called Calypso Major, that are just really kind of inviting, that have become, they kind of have a life on their own as a result of some people hearing those tunes and wanting to play them like with big bands and other configurations beside the kind of group that Abdullah had. So that's been fun watching and hearing that tune over the years.
Yes, I do have Calypso Minor on the playlist, if you want to hear that.
Yeah, and that's their contributions from Frank Lacey on trombone and Ricky Ford on tenor.
Nice.
They're really very wonderful.
Calypso Minor.
Another fade out. That bass. Can we talk about that bass?
Mhm.
Oh, that drives the whole thing. It's amazing.
My students love to play this tune. We actually coupled it with, we changed it on the way out to Calypso Major. But it's such a, yeah. I mean, Buster just is killer.
So many of his tunes are so simple yet so deep. I mean, you really get into the tune.
Yeah.
Yeah, on that recording, just the amount of space that you hear in the recording with it's just the bass. Well, it's never just the bass, but it's the bass and the hi-hat. Just the brilliance of that, very sparsely harmonized with chords and then a unison melody. You know, it's very, very, very mysterious kind of vibe. I haven't met anybody that didn't like that tune. And amazingly enough, I actually wrote a big band arrangement of that for a young Latin jazz ensemble, and those kids completely flipped about the tune. They loved the whole vibe of it, and I just simply blew up the combo version that I've written for Abdullah. I just simply just blew it up, you know, for a bigger band.
Almost like a hip hop kind of hint or groove.
Well, truth be told, Abdullah's daughter
Yep.
is a rap artist who goes by the name of Jean Grey. And he was listening to a lot of hip hop when this record was made and a lot of her music. So that's kind of funny. If you listen to African River, the tune African River, at the time that record was made, Michael Jackson had a record called Bad. And Abdullah imported the bass line from Michael Jackson's Bad and used it on African River. It's really kind of funny when you hear it. So I remember in rehearsal when we did that, Esiot Okon Esiot was the bass player. And whenever he played, he used to try to moonwalk while he was playing the bass. just to have fun with the whole thing, because it was doom, 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 doom. You know, so that's really kind of funny, man. I got a kick out of that. That was first rehearsal when I heard that. I said, okay, this guy has a sense of humor, you know, somewhere in there.
We're gonna, Horace, how much longer do you have with us?
I have exactly 25 minutes left.
Okay. So I'm gonna switch unless we have any more discussion. Cliff, can you hear me better? Great,
You're clear.
thanks. Yeah. Can we switch to Joan? Cape Town Flower?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So as I mentioned, this was the tune that Abdullah heard when he walked into our auditorium, and this is the one that got us invited to South Africa.
Ah.
And Joan is Abdullah's sister-in-law.
Sensational. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. Horace Arnold Young on the alto saxophone. Abdullah, of course, the leader on piano, John Stubblefield tenor, Robin Eubanks trombone, Howard Johnson, Buster Williams, and by Brian Abrahams on the drums. Incredible.
I have to say, I don't think I've ever heard that tune played, especially this version. When it gets to that place, I don't know, I'm in a puddle. You know, I've got tears in my eyes. It's just so powerful and so beautiful. It's just, yeah, I mean, the writing, the playing, the drama of the story, the way it's told. Horace, how does it feel for you to hear that? I mean, I'm sure you've heard it a lot of times, but
Every time, hopefully that's better audio. I got a note from Cliff, so hope everybody can hear me better on that. It's still it's still special, to be honest. I think if any musician gets to play a composition by someone like Abdullah and be the first one that plays and records that, I consider that a huge honor. There have been a couple of other recordings of that, and I was also impressed when Abdullah played the famous recording of the high school kid that played that. It just opened up a wonderful friendship with him. We shared that tune, and it was great to play it again when I was in Boston last year. But it is a special feeling, and the song comes from the musical environment that I grew up in. So that was real easy for me to play. I'm from Houston, Texas, and although it's dominated by tenor players like Arnett Cobb and Illinois Jacquet and David Fathead Newman and all that, and the alto is the instrument of my spirit, instrument of my soul, really.
What about Ornette? Ornette came from there.
Well, Arnett Coleman.
Yeah.
He's from Dallas. I'm from Houston. Dallas.
Excuse me.
I'm kidding. Arnett was a wonderful friend and a great influence as far as that's concerned. But what you hear in my alto playing is the Texas tenor tradition translated.
Right.
So that's what that is. And Arnett Cobb was my godfather, man, and that lives. So when I heard that tune, to me, I heard that tune as a Southern gospel tune, man. That's kind of chords Abdullah's playing on it, and that was that. But yeah, it's still real special to hear. There's a version that I did of it that's even a little bit more from the third coast, we'll say. It has the B3 on it and some other things, but his music translates to a lot of different mediums, for sure. There's a song called Maraba Blue that is a variation of an old hymn called I Surrender All. And when I first heard him playing that on a gig, that's what I thought he was playing, because he is one of those people that you would love to do an album of traditional hymns on the piano, because that's so much a part of his sound. So that's, I thought, what he was, when you hear that song, you hear variations of the same harmony, but of course it goes to some other places. But yeah, to answer your question directly, Bob, that's a very, very special tune to me.
Beautiful.
Robbie, I know you're up next, but before we lose Horace, maybe we could play Maraba Blue.
Yes, we can. Here it comes.
Yeah, it's a favorite of everyone.
Okay.
That was stunning. Absolutely.
So Horace, I did not know that that was church hymn or based on a church hymn.
You're on mute.
I was trying to get it unlocked. Yeah, it's crafted around a basic a melodic line. Of course, he does his own excursions with it on the bridge, and then rhythmically kind of offsets it. But that's the inspiration for that.
Wow. Do you know what Maraba is? I mean, Marabi is
I absolutely.
it's a style, a South African style dance.
He recorded that after I was away from the band and then came back to the band at a point, because he started working primarily with the trio at the end of the 90s and then brought back the bigger band for the early 2000s, well into 2007. And he still kind of goes back between those three extremes, solo, trio, and Akaya, but he's still busy, man.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
wondering about that name too, Bob, and I looked it up. And Maraba is a Nasarawa state between Abuja and Nigeria.
Wow.
And then it's got some other less colorful history, but
Yeah.
slang terms as well.
But also, if you look up the word Marabi with an I at the end, Marabi music. Here, Wikipedia just says Marabi is a style of music and dance form that evolved and emerged in South Africa between the 1890s and 1920s. So I'm sure that's what he's referring to. And I also didn't know that there was this hymn component, but you can hear it right there in the music. So it's really another one of these merging of influences.
Yeah.
Speaking of merging, what about Marabi Lee?
Oh,
You
there
know,
it goes.
I heard myself saying that out loud, and I did think
Took me a
I knew it was coming.
it.
I looked at that IE on the end of Robbie. I said, okay, here it comes. It's gonna happen.
Wow. Aaron, I know you've recorded that tune. You're on mute.
Yeah, I think it speaks for itself, you know.
Yeah. So simple and so profound at the same time. Yeah. Robbie.
Yeah.
You want one?
Yeah. I want to change up my idea here, but one of the songs that I sent over, I think it was second on my list, I feel like it's sort of relevant in the scope of the conversation that we've been having earlier about the way that Abdullah Ibrahim took various influences from American jazz and other places too, but the way that he made those his own with this voice that is unlike anything else and doesn't really sound like the influences, but you can understand where they come from. So there's an album that's called Ode to Duke Ellington that is, by the way, Bob, I have the copy of the discography, which is exceedingly hard to find. So if you come across this and you have the chance to buy it, you should pick it up. So because I just wanted to get this right here. So this is 1973, and the song is called the album is Ode to Duke Ellington, and the song is called "What Really Happened in the Cornfield Is That the Birds Made Music All the Day, and so I let a song go out of my heart at Duke's place." So it is. This is not Abdullah's composition. This in the discography, this credits this piece to, it's sort of a medley or a merging. So Duke Ellington, Irving Mills, and John Redmond. So I mean, I let a song go out of my heart. I don't know. I'm gonna have to let the musicologist try to untangle exactly what's going on in this piece. But what I found so interesting is how he's using Duke um and bringing in, you hear this, the American kind of hymnal quality, um and it's, I think, just fascinating hearing how he adapts the American chord voicings and progressions into his own style. And there's a couple of really characteristic harmonic things that he's doing, like the kind of substitution where you end up on um, the half step above the tonic instead of the five chord. Um, Maybe Aaron can speak a little to what he hears in this after we listen to it from a pianistic point of view. And then towards the end of the track, there's some more of the kind of drone, sort of classic Abdullah sound that's really a world away from the American jazz voicings that take up most of the piece. I think this is probably I think he was probably playing through um, a long improvisation, and they just cut this section of the improv for the album and called it a song. They called it a track, so it kind of is coming out of something and then is going into something at the end of it. So yeah, let's check it out.
Horace, you have to go, right? I want to be respectful of his time.
You're muted, Horace.
muted out there. We really can't hear you now.
I unfortunately I do have to go. But I want to hear a little bit of what Robbie's presenting, and then I'll check out in the process. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure being here. Wonderful topic, and hopefully a lot of y'all
Thank you
that
so
are
much,
here
Horace.
in Boston. Hopefully, I'll see some of y'all next month. And my former classmate, who is on it's a wonderful surprise, Dan Toner, who's on the platform. So hey, Dan, hope we run into each other soon. It's been like way too long, but it was wonderful for you to reach out.
And so April 25th, you'll be here?
Yes.
Okay. No plans.
Excellent. Bill will see you then.
Okay.
And Cliff is local too.
Kinda.
You're local.
I'm in the woods.
What
a log cabin high up in the mountains. I'd love to get down and see you, Horace. But thank you, Horace, for being here. It's been great for all the stories you've been sharing. And on behalf of the Cambridge Hot Club, Bill Goldberg, of course, and all of us here, we're all thrilled to have you here. And as I said in the side chat, come back anytime.
You're very welcome. All of you. Robbie, Aaron, you're going to hear from me. So,
yep. Bill will bug you.
We're doing a South African program. I think in the summer. I mentioned that I was in.
Is it in the list yet?
It's in the list.
Okay.
And, I saw a film. Well, I'll talk about it later, but a film about a young pianist, but Moses Malawa.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's August 6th, ladies and gentlemen. Put it on your calendar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So back to Robbie and Aaron. Were you going to jump in before we said, or are we going to listen to the piece? And thank you, Horace, again for being with us tonight.
Much love to everybody.
Spectacular. What a choice. What a choice.
There's a lot happening there.
Rob, what is the album? What's the name of the album?
It's Ode to Duke Ellington.
Right. Thanks.
But
Yeah.
I have to say, yeah, all of the pieces in it, or yeah, most of it in the discography is attributed to Duke Ellington. I can't say that I really heard "I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart" in like any. I'm not sure what he was hearing.
He definitely played C Jam Blues.
Yeah, right.
Couple of times.
That I hadn't.
No, he played what I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart.
Yeah,
You know, it's interesting because earlier someone was talking about Earl Hines, and they're very different. But I think of when Earl Hines played Duke Ellington.
I think I need to go back and listen to it to catch how he was turning it.
I mean, he didn't play the melody of I Let a Song Go Out of My Heart, but he may have referenced some other parts of it.
He was doing something, yeah. And that's how he does C Jam Blues
I heard
over the kind of like that trancy ostinato.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's so funny, because you normally hear him do that with his own compositions, but then just to hear kind of C Jam Blues over that repetitive left hand thing, it's really fun.
To me, there's a little more evidence. What year was it? 70 something, you said?
Yeah, 73, recorded in Germany.
Yeah, it's my opinion, and I've never asked anybody about this or checked it, but I have the sense of some of these Abdullah solo records in the 70s, as I hinted before, that he's actually being influenced a little bit by Keith. Not in the sense that he like studies Keith, but in the sense that Keith is the major solo pianist of the 70s who's going and playing vamps like this. And this is not, and Abdullah's playing in this era, from what I've noticed, his solo piano playing rhythmically gets really intense and really grooving, like more than in other periods. And he holds those ostinatos and he can groove with them. And it starts to get more and more grooving and holds you and gets you in the trance kind of feeling where you start to dance, and it's so grooving. And I think that some of that is coming from the influence, general jazz style influence of Keith. I think that's my little theory, but Keith was in the air, and those kind of ostinato vamps are something that Keith kind of showed could hold an audience for long periods of time.
I mean, that's before Cone concert. Like I've wondered if
before Cone, but Keith was already
he was well known for it. I wondered if Abdullah might have been doing some of that even before a little bit, because this was right at the very
influence the other way. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And it's right at the beginning of the solo, of the kind of improvised solo piano album, as Paul Bley, kind of the three of them are the first people who really would do a record where you start someplace and you end up someplace else an hour later. I don't think that was a phenomenon before those early kind of Keith Jarrett records. I think this was also recorded at the studio in Germany where ECM did a lot of the early records.
The Black Forest.
Get it right here. It's the Tonstudio Bauer, Ludwigsburg, produced by Joachim Behrendt.
Yeah, who produced a lot of stuff in that period and wrote.
Oh, and Aaron, I was going to say, when I was commenting earlier on him doing those flourishes more in a style, I think it was because I was listening to this piece earlier before getting on with everybody. He in the start of this, right? He's playing, and then those pianistic.
Is that the short title, or is there a longer title to that too?
What really happened in the cornfields? And there's like he does those flourishes. There's kind of two different ones, and one of them is kind of like a augmented thing. I don't know. It's a very. It must be like a thing he was practicing because he does it over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, you're 1,000% right that those kind of flourishes, if you're talking about where he goes whoop, to the top
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
piano,
yeah.
straight Duke Ellington, you're 1,000%. And then Monk has his Duke-ish Monk things that he does that come from that. But yeah, totally. In fact, that's a great point that you made, that is in a certain way improvised language, but it's quite different than like how he plays through the chord changes.
Yeah.
More like a color. It's a way of sort of coloring one particular chord as opposed to a way of getting from chord to chord.
Yeah, totally. Right. It's not part of the bigger picture narrative.
Yeah, but you're 1,000% right. It's part of the ode to Duke. I think he's thinking Dukishly. He's hearing Dukish kind of things.
Totally, deliberately.
There's another 1973 album called by Abdullah called Fats Duke and the Monk.
Great record.
Yeah.
So Bob,
Rob,
Aaron, you want to choose the next selection?
well, let's let Robbie. Well, either Robbie or Aaron, that's fine.
You haven't pulled one out yet, Bob. So you know.
Please.
Well, actually, a couple of mine have been pulled out by other people.
Hey, Bob, hang on one second. Aaron, it seems like we have fading audio problems today. You're good now, Bob. Robbie, you're fantastic. Of course, Bill is great because I set him up. Aaron, what's with you? It just seems.
I just lean back in my chair. It's my fault.
Oh, you a bunch of leaners, Bill. You got here. Like, oh, we're gonna lean back. All right, I'm done. There you go. Something to listen to.
So do either of you gentlemen have a particular tune? I think we should do one more probably and wrap it up for this segment.
Please choose, Bob.
Yeah, why don't you go for it, Bob?
Okay. Let's do Water from an Ancient Well.
Okay. And this is the first thing this is the first thing from YouTube. So there is a 8-second commercial. So bear with us. Well, maybe not.
Amen.
Amen. Right.
It just, again, another beautiful, simple, but beautiful and profound. Yeah. So,
Hey, when
go ahead, probably.
there were two little tiny things that I noticed that aren't the main things that the song is about. But one thing I was thinking about is how little piano Abdullah plays, which is sort of a frequent thing for him with his bands. You know, when he's playing alone or with a trio, it's all piano. But when he has a band, he really lays out a lot. I also noticed, I never caught this before, in Ricky Ford's solo, he quotes Wichita Toe, uh, which was a big song in the 70s, kind of, you know, jazz pop crossover song. Da 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 da. I can't sing it, but I heard it in there. It was definitely deliberate.
What is the name of it? Wichita Toe?
Wichita Toe, what's the
Pepper.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What's the yeah, Jim Pepper. There were a lot of people played it. Bob, I'll send you
Okay.
the recording, but it was sort of odd song done by jazz and pop people around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But he totally quoted in his solo.
Wow. Hey, Aaron, do you know, are David Williams and Buster Williams related at all?
Related.
Bob, as we discussed, Bill and Aaron Goldberg are not related.
Because they both have such a killer growl. I mean, it's just, oh man.
I mean, David Williams was definitely deeply musically influenced by Buster Williams, but not biologically related.
Okay.
David's probably 10 years younger than Buster. Maybe even 15.
Okay. Well, they both are killer.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Well, I think we're going to wrap up. I know you guys are having guest artists coming up in maybe a half hour or so.
That's correct. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to wrap up our portion. And I just want to give some thank yous to Cliff and Bill, and for hosting us, and to Michael Schaefer for getting in touch with you, Bill, and telling you about my love for the music of Abdullah Ibrahim, which is how this all got started. And of course, big thank yous to Aaron and Horace and Robbie for sharing your wisdom and love of the music. And thanks to everybody else who came on to listen to this. This is really enlightening, and it's feels like a family thing. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Bob.
And so please, if you live in the Boston area, please come and check Horace with a stellar band of. We have. Oh my gosh, who's the drummer? Mark Walker, multiple Grammy winner on drums, and some of my regulars: Jim Ripa, John Baboyan, Kathy Olson, new piano player, Aaron. And yeah, we're going to play a concert in the afternoon in Quincy, and then in the evening in Milton. So a free concert, thanks to the support of the Mass Cultural Council and to the Musicians Performance Trust Fund. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bob, and thank you for introducing me to Aaron and Robbie, and both of you are welcome.
Thanks, Bill.
Welcome back anytime. You can stick around now. We're going to play music till Javon shows up, but you can host one of these programs upcoming. And as Cliff mentioned, we're going to go back to South Africa in the summertime. So
I definitely want to hear that. I have to tune out, but I thank you all very much, and I'm sure you will let us know what about more of the upcoming programs, because I would love to come back and hang.
absolutely, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, we're going to continue listening to the music of Abdullah Ibrahim. And thank you, Robbie, Aaron, and Bob, for a wonderful, wonderful program tonight. Let me go shift to... And anyone have any requests? But here's actually about the third song I think I heard by Abdullah Ibrahim, so I'm going to play that now. Ishmael. I want to thank everybody. Last piece was the title track from African Marketplace. Before that, The Wedding, and before that, Ishmael. Again, thanks to Bob, Cliff, Horace, Aaron, and Bobby. Coming up shortly is Javon Jackson, one of the great tenor players around. He's in Boston this week, and he'll be on shortly. Before we go to that, I'm going to play Bruno Roberg, a bass player who will be my guest in 2 weeks. April schedule, we got Bruno Roberg, one of the top musicians in Boston. And then 2 weeks later, Con Chapman, who's the author of Sax Expat. Here I am. I am back. Anyway, so let's listen to Bruno Roberg right now. Thank you, Cliff. Cooking away. Well, Javon Jackson and Braithwaite, welcome. Thank you.
Good to be with you. Good evening.
Nice to be with you. My Man Hubbard. That's one of your originals, I believe.
Yes, it is. Something I wrote for Freddie Hubbard.
Mm-hmm. So, you're listening to the Cambridge Hot Club. We've been here for a long time tonight. We were celebrating the music of Abdullah Ibrahim, and we're going to spend the last hour plus with Javon Jackson, who's gracing Cambridge with his appearance in a couple days. So looking forward to seeing you on Saturday night. Thanks.
Actually, that's going to be being postponed.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I have to do that in the fall. I have to postpone that. But I'm still here with you for a little bit, if you like. Yeah.
Javon has had an illustrious career and leading some wonderful groups the last few years. And one of my favorite poets, Nikki Giovanni. When did you meet her?
I met Nikki at the University of Hartford, where I'm the chair of the Jack Institute of Jazz Studies. I invited Nikki to receive an honorary degree and to be a guest for the annual Martin Luther King Day celebration in January, but it occurred in February in 2020, just before the outbreak of the pandemic. So she came, and that's how I first got a chance to meet her and get to know her personally. And from there on, we, how can I say, we kind of struck a really good relationship. And I think while she was in the auditorium, when we just met, being played in the auditorium was a dual recording. You may be aware of Hank Jones and Charlie Hayden, and it was Steal Away playing spirituals.
Oh, wow.
And she was very taken by the jazz adaptations of spirituals. So she made a comment how much she appreciated that and would love to hear more of that. So we went, and later that day had dinner, and I took her back to the hotel. And then as it hit me, maybe a day later, why don't I ask her if she'd pick 10 spirituals to be my next recording? So I reached out to her, and she was glad to pick the spirituals. So that was the first of our 2 recordings, and that was called the Gospel According to Nikki Giovanni, which was all spirituals driven for the recording.
Any questions from anybody?
No, but I'd love to hear some of that.
Speak low. Theme for Nikki?
Well, I think the recording he's speaking to is there would be Wade in the Water.
Okay. Oh, right. Oh, the Hank Jones and yeah.
Right. That was the first recording we did. If you have any of that.
Oh, I do. Yeah. Oh, that's.
Yeah, maybe you could even play that one, because there was a poem that was read. One of Nikki's poems was read on that particular recording that we fused it in with the music.
This is not from the Go to the Movies record. No.
Right. It's the prior to.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Wade in the Water.
I want to write an image, like a log cabin quilt pattern, and stretch it across all the lonely people who just don't fit in. We might make a world if I do that. I want to boil a stew with all the leftover folk whose bodies are full of empty lives. We might feed a world if I do that. Twice in our lives we need direction. When we're young and innocent, when we're old and cynical. But since the old refused to discipline us, we now refuse to discipline them, which is a contemptuous way for us to respond to each other. I should imagine if nature holds true, one day we'll lose our hands, since we do no work nor make any love. If nature is true, we shall lose our eyes, since we cannot even now distinguish the good from the evil. I should imagine we shall lose our souls, since we have so blatantly put them up for sale and glutted the marketplace, thereby depressing the price. I wonder why we don't love. Not some people way on the other side of the world with strange customs and habits, not some folk from whom we were sold hundreds of years ago, but people who look like us, who think like us, who want to love us. Why don't we love them? I want to make a quilt of all the patches and find one long, strong pole to lift it up. I have a mind to build a new world. Want to play?
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you, Javon.
Thank you, Bill.
And on bass and drums on this recording?
David Williams, the bassist, and the drummer is McCunty Hunter.
Okay. Listen to a lot of David Williams tonight. We were doing Abdullah Ibrahim earlier.
Absolutely. Yeah. Had quite a career. He's had and still enjoys a great career.
Good, good. So you live in Hartford now, correct? Or New York?
Correct. About 10 or 15 minutes outside in a town called Avon, Connecticut.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful 2 projects you did with Nikki. Can you share
Right.
some?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was a great opportunity for me to get to know her on a personal level and tour with her quite a bit. And we went overseas. I went to London one time with her. Her film that came out, the documentary about her called Going to Mars, was being shown at the London Film Festival. And she asked me if I would be willing to come to London with my wife. So we went over and we spent about 5 or 6 days in London with Nikki. So we had a great time. So we did a lot of things together, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss her, because I really do. But I'm happy for the time that we shared and the moments that I got a chance to pick her brain about various topics. And she loved to eat, and I love to eat too. So we learned that she was a foodie. So.
And if anyone hasn't seen the program Going to Mars, I've only seen it 3 times. So
Yeah, you got me by 1. I've seen it twice.
any questions from the audience? Any requests? We can play more from his Javon's records with Nikki. I've been listening to your Coltrane record over and over the last few days, knowing you're coming up.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. That was kind of brought on because the drummer on that recording and someone I got to be very close with, Jimmy Cobb, who played a lot with John Coltrane, is the drummer on Kinda Blue. So after a while, it just made sense to do some of those pieces that he played and recorded with Mr. Coltrane. So that was really special to have that relationship with Jimmy in that way.
So my 3 favorite pieces from that record is Like Sunny, because that's like one of the first earliest recordings I heard, but My One and Only Love and Naima too. Which of these should we play? My One and Only Love we have to play, I guess.
Okay, your call.
Okay. This is stunning.
because of yours and the band's lyricism, I didn't miss Johnny Hartman at all.
You're too kind.
Or did you hear Johnny Hartman?
Yeah, too kind. I appreciate that.
Yeah, like most of us, when we hear those iconic Coltrane recordings and Miles recordings, you think about Jimmy Cobb. So what was it like? When did you first meet Jimmy Cobb? What was that like for you? I'm sure you listened to him for how many zillion years before you met him?
Right. I met him in New York City when I was working with Art Blakey and the Jazz Messengers when I first met Jimmy. And then after that, I did a recording with someone, alto saxophonist. His name is Brad Lelius, comes to mind. And that was the first time I played with Jimmy. Then later, some other things came about. Then I started to work with him quite a bit more. And what happened on this particular recording, we did a tour throughout the West Coast. So we're in Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally, this group was myself, Mulgrew Miller, Peter Washington, and Jimmy Cobb. Peter had some conflicts, and Mulgrew was part of a trio with Ron Carter. So he had a conflict. So then Eric Reed was available, and then Nat Reeves. So we're on this tour, and we had a day off in Scottsdale, Arizona. Jimmy Cobb, his wife had a cousin there that had a studio, and she talked us into going into the studio. You guys should just go in and record some things. So we just went in the next morning and recorded the songs that are played there. When we did it, actually, I didn't listen to the music for about 6 to 8 months. And Jimmy's wife said, "Hey, did you ever listen to that recording you guys did?" Then I went back and listened to it. I saw, "Oh, this is not too bad." And so then I put it out. And that was the first recording I ever did under my own label. So that's kind of how that came about. It really wasn't planned at all.
Yeah, I congratulate you for starting your own label. What a bold move to do, but I guess you know the business much more than any of us.
Well, right. I've been on several labels. I had done
Blue Note was.
I was on Blue Note for 5 CDs, and I did 2 recordings on a label called Crisscross. My first recording was on Crisscross Records with Elvin Jones. I was fortunate enough to have Elvin Jones as a guest, and so I did 2 on that one, and then 5 with Blue Note, and then I was another label called Palmetto, and I did, I think, 4 recordings with them. So I had my run of it, and at that time I wasn't with a label, so I figured since we had this opportunity and it seemed I could do it with not too much budget needs other than to pay the band, and the studio was already kind of made available to me, so it kind of made itself available out of kind of luck in a way. It wasn't really a plan. It was a great opportunity. I learned how to get a label, and then start to learn how to license maybe and pay the artist that you record, how to go through that whole process, and how to make sure that artists get paid in the way I want to get paid if someone records my my material, and then learning how to do the whole aspect of the cover and artwork, which is usually done by a marketing person. So it allowed me to be on the ground floor with that as well.
Your record with Peter Bradley. Would you like to choose a song from that? Because I love that record.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to think what's on there. Because that's from the documentary. We made a soundtrack. I made a soundtrack out of that. I can't remember the songs. Is there a song on there called CB?
There's a song called CB. Yep.
CB, right. That's written for Clifford Brown, actually, because it's a documentary, as you're probably aware of, Bill, made about a abstract painter who I've actually known for a long time. I met him during my time at Art Blakey, but I didn't know he was a painter at all. He never talked about his career. And he and I would get together and then go in the village, and he loved clothes, and he would take me out and showing me clothes and things like that and help me shop at that time. But I never talked to him about what his career was. Then fast forward about 20 years later, I came back in touch with him, went to visit him up in Saugerties, and I saw he had a studio and he was doing all this painting. And at that time, a documentary was being done on him, and the family and the filmmaker asked me if I'd be willing to or be interested in doing some composing for a film, which I said I'd love it. So that's kind of how that came together. Another kind of situation. It was just impromptu and kind of being in the right place at the right time.
Had you composed for a film before then, or?
I had, and some years before that, I got commissioned by the Syracuse International Film Festival to write a score for a silent film. Every year they let a composer, or they select a composer or musician to compose for a film. So myself and the artistic director, I selected, oh my gosh, it's written by, how come I can't call the name of it now? It's written by Alfred Hitchcock, and it's The Lodger. And it's about the hunt for
Like a really old movie too.
It's
I mean, it's like
1928.
movie. Yeah.
Alfred Hitchcock was still living in London then, so it was based on the hunt for Jack the Ripper. So normally in a situation like this, a composer would sit down with the filmmaker and discuss how they want the music, but I didn't have that luxury regarding Mr. Hitchcock. So they stripped the music from the film, and then I put a score with it, and then we performed that score live in front of an 800-seat audience, 800-seat theater audience in Syracuse. So it was a wonderful first experience to do that. And being that it's a silent film, you have to compose for an hour and 42 minutes. And so there's periods where it's just only piano and sometimes the group, and then maybe I had voice, and I had French horn was my lead melody. I love the French horn. And so it's continuous. So that was a real great opportunity for me to try to learn how to have a melody follow a character throughout the film in different ways. So that was the first time. So I kind of got the bug from that opportunity. And so maybe another 10, 12 years later, I got this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. Great story. Clifford Brown. Clifford Brown, CB, Javon Jackson's record with Peter Bradley. Got a question from Beatrice. Who played trumpet on that record?
Sorry about that. A gentleman named Greg Glassman, a really talented trumpet player that I met maybe during that time. I haven't really seen Greg much since, but he's kind of a fixture of a bit on the New York scene now.
Any other questions? Yeah, what a great record.
It looks like in the chat, someone was asking me if I've been in touch with Sonny, Post, Nikki, and Javon. I have been in touch with Sonny. I speak to Mr. Rollins occasionally, quite frequently, and then I went to visit him, a little bit after Nikki passed. So we spent some time together, and he's still as sharp as ever, just so brilliant at 94 years old. So I'm real fortunate to, it's rarely when you have a superhero in your life or a super shero that you get a chance to spend time with them. So I consider it a huge blessing to have the opportunity to speak to Sonny, because he is one of my childhood idols, and my father was a huge Sonny Rollins fan, and so it's always kind of surreal when I speak to him.
You're very fortunate to get to speak to him. Wow.
Yeah, that's kind of what drove me on the last recording to do Vols Hot. I just wanted to, it had been a while since I recorded any of his music. So that, I mentioned to Nikki I wanted to do something for Sonny, so I recorded Vols Hot, which was something we recorded many, many moons ago, twice, I think, once with Clifford Brown and once with Kenny Durham and Max Roach on both recordings. So such a great piece of music.
Absolutely. Shall we go to that?
Sure, it'd be great.
Let's do that. Girls Hot. We're with Javon Jackson, and you're listening to the Cambridge Hot Club. Javon's latest recording, Javon and Nikki Go to the Movies. Great, great album. Thank you for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. There's a gentleman that made a comment that piece is based off of Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
Ed Scarvalone, yes.
Right. That, and I never knew that right away. It came to me later. I found out that Sonny, that song is, and if you're slow enough, you can kind of hear it. But for years, I couldn't hear that.
Any questions from the audience, Arthur? You always have something to say. Unmute. You're muted.
I keep having to mute him.
Okay. I know.
My wife also had to mute me a lot.
Oh, well, that's another show.
No, I'm enjoying the music, and it's interesting hearing Mr. Jackson discuss a lot of things. I remember listening to his music probably 30, I don't know when he started recording, but I would venture I recognize his sound from about 30 years ago.
Early 90s, I saw you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
He only looks like 40 years old. I don't get that.
Wow. I was hoping for 35. Yeah.
I don't want to push it, you know. I'm the producer. I have to keep things real here.
Yeah. I started working with Art Blakey, joined him in 80. Wow. Christmas, played 2 weeks in 86. So I joined him in the late December of 86. So that's when I first started performing publicly in a way, more of a national, international stage was then.
That recording you made with Elvin was just amazing.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Well, I lucked up on that one because Art Blakey had been ill one night some years later, and he sent Elvin to play with the band. So he played with the band. So I stayed in touch with Elvin. I'd go see him play, from time to time. And so when I had this first opportunity to do my own recording on Crisscross, James Williams suggested that I call Elvin Jones. And I said, well, I don't know him. He said, well, you do know him. He came and sat in. He did a night with the Messengers, so give him a call. What's the worst thing you could say? And I said, the worst thing he could say is yes. And he said yes. And then I had just met a gentleman named Christian McBride at that time. I didn't know Christian at all, really. And we had played maybe 1 or 2 gigs together, so I called Christian. And so and then James Williams was the pianist. So but you're right, that was, wow. Can't remember exactly when that was. Maybe 91, 92, somewhere in there, 93, yeah.
So you are 35.
Just about, yes, sir.
It's interesting that you were playing with James Williams and McCoy, and Mulgrew Miller, two friends from, where did they come from? Memphis, I believe.
Memphis, and Mulgrew is actually from Mississippi, but he did spend time in Memphis. What happened when I went to Berkeley, James Williams actually lived right around the corner from Berkeley, but there was a great jazz pianist who was part of that group of musicians from Memphis who was teaching there. His name is Donald Brown. And so Donald at that time was working with the Jazz Messengers, and my whole crux of going to Berkeley was to play with Art Blakey. That's why I went there. I got at the suggestion of Branford Marcellus, who met me in Denver, my hometown. I wanted to play with Art Blakey. He suggested I go to Berkeley and study with Billy Pierce, another messenger, kind of develop myself more, and then audition for Art Blakey. So it was all part of this kind of somewhat of a master plan. So I went to Berkeley, met Donald Brown. Then also during that time, I met James Williams, who was still back and forth in New York. He hadn't quite moved to New York yet, so he'd do a lot of concerts. And he had an apartment just right around the corner. So I would go over his home because he had so many records, and I'd go over his place, me and a couple other musicians like Delphia Marcellus, who were students at the time. We just go over and have him pull out records, and we'd listen to records with him all the time. So that's how I got close with James at that particular period in my life. So very, very fortunate, again, to be around musicians like James, Billy Pierce, who I still have a great closeness with, Donald Brown, who's a pianist, and other musicians that I met during that particular time that we still have, thankfully, a really great time relationship.
So where were some of the small clubs you played at when you were at Berkeley? Did you play at Wally's or?
Oh, absolutely. We were at Wally's all the time. Wally's, there was a place called Connolly's, wasn't it? There was another place in Inman Square called Riles. It was another venue.
Riles yesterday. Now it's
Is that already still open? It's still there?
No, it's not open. It's
not there. Okay, yeah, okay.
It's an apartment building.
Right. It used to be another place on the other side of Inman Square called 1369. Used to go hear music there. Used to be a place called
play there.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, right next door to 1369 is Lily Pad, which has some of the best music.
Now that might have been after.
That's after, yeah.
There used to be a place called Charlie's Tap, which was in Cambridge. Is that right? Yeah, Charlie's Tap. Then obviously there was the club called Jonathan Swift's.
Yep, that's gone. But Charlie's Taps is still there.
Okay, there was another venue called something. The first time I saw Blakey was a place called the Something Stage. It was in Cambridge too, close to the water.
Summer Stage.
That's it, Summer Stage.
Yeah.
I saw Stan Getz there. I saw not Dewey Redman. I saw oh my gosh, I saw Pharoah Sanders there. And that's the first time I saw Blakey was there, and Betty Carter. A lot of musicians played at the Summer Stage. That was a great venue. And then obviously in Somerville, there was a venue there. I can't remember now.
Willow.
I'm sorry, the Willow, right.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a bar on one side and a club on the other side or something.
And George Garzone plays at the Lily Pad. So he played at the Willow from the 1980s and the 90s, and he played at two other places, but he still plays every Monday night.
Yeah, George Garzone was my ear training teacher at Berkeley. So I haven't seen him in a while. What a great man, great musician, obviously great player, but like a really super person.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our treasures here.
Absolutely.
I want to play How About You? Tell us about the singer on this record.
Wow, she's a great vocalist. Her name is Nicole Zaradas. She just won a Grammy last year for Best Vocal Recording, Jazz Recording, excuse me. And I live in, like I said, Avon. I record in Windsor. There's a great studio there called, after the microphones. This is terrible.
It's okay. It's late.
It's a little late. It'll come to me. But anyway, a good friend of mine had told me about Nicole because I wanted someone to possibly be a guest vocalist. Kind of looked her up and on a whim reached out to her. She was available. And then she came in. She's a great musician, great pianist. And she just came in first takes and sang those. She's on 3 pieces, right? Did such a masterful job. She's a great, great vocalist. Yeah.
Yes.
Telefunken is the name of the studio.
Telefunken.
And they make great, it's a German company. They make great microphones, but the microphones are made in Windsor, Connecticut. And during COVID, rather than go down to New York City, I just had the band come up to Telefunken. When I found out there was a studio there, it was much easier and just a little bit more, less stressful and a little bit more affordable. So we've been recording my last 2 or 3 records at Telefunken.
I like New York in June. How about you? I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? I love a fireside when the storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books. Can't get my fill. And Franklin Roosevelt's looks gives me a thrill. Holding hands at a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? You.
You know, I really wasn't aware of that piece. Nikki told me about the film, so I went and did some research, and that's Judy Garland and Mickey Rooney. And so Nikki grew up, and her mother was a lover of jazz music and, of course, the Broadway American songbook standards. So Nikki knew all of these songs and the lyrics. So she's the one that made me aware of that piece. I didn't know that composition at all. Is it out of bounds to ask what Cliff was cooking? I can't hear anybody.
Can we hear you, Bill?
Yeah, now I hear you, Bill. No, I don't hear. I only hear Cliff, man.
That was Bill. I don't think your mic is on over there. It's getting late. You get a little punchy over there.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah.
It's on now. So what were you cooking, Cliff?
Actually, a kind of a lamb stew.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So it's got a whole bunch of stuff. It's got all organic mushrooms and
Wow.
carrots and onions.
Day.
Yeah, a little late.
What's your address? I'm only 2 hours away. What's your address?
Come on down.
Sounds very good.
I haven't tasted it yet. I've got a pretty good handle on doing my chef stuff in there. But I love doing it on Wednesday nights because I can listen and cook, and everybody gets to kind of be in my kitchen and whatnot.
Yeah, looks like a pretty nice setup in there, if you don't mind me saying.
Yeah, no, it's good. So when are you coming out to Western Mass to do some shows?
You know what? The last time I was in Western Mass, wow, because I remember, well, I was just actually there for, not to get any kind of political discussion, but I was out there for Kamala Harris fundraiser. I played out, there's a theater in
Northampton?
East Longmeadow. There's a theater there. I did something with Karen Allison. But Northampton, I haven't played there in years. There used to be a club there called
Iron Horse.
Iron Horse. And Brother Yusuf Latif lived around that area. I met Brother Yusuf.
Yep.
During that time, I played with Art Blakey, and then I did a concert one time with Ron Carter. That's a great area.
Yeah, it's
Food, yeah.
still happening. They rebuilt the inside. They actually have the Iron Horse was famous for lines going to the bathroom.
True.
And they have taken care of that problem, and they redid the whole place, like put in a lot of money. So that's good, and we got a lot more shows coming out here. I mean, what do I see? Judy Collins is coming out here now, and a whole bunch of people. So it's not just the Iron Horse. We've got the theaters. I got the Academy of Music, which is an amazing theater there. So
that's where you live, in that area?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm only an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm looking in the chat. Miss Green, Beatrice says you didn't invite us over, so I think you're in hot water, Cliff. We're cooking food and not inviting anybody over.
I usually give people grief. You got enough for the whole class, and I do have the whole. I could have 30 people over, 25 people now.
Okay, no Bill, you can set that up.
Yeah. So, Javon, I love your music, by the way. I haven't chimed in. I usually don't chime in. Usually I'm behind the curtain, pulling levers and whatnot, keeping Bill awake.
Chopping vegetables.
And chopping vegetables in the other room over there. Over this. So what's going on? You've got a postponement or a cancellation in Boston?
Yeah, we're postponing that, and we're going to have to redo it in the fall. So we're going to be back in the fall, which would be good to get. In some ways, the date kind of came up on us, and we want to get opportunity for more folks to be able to be there. So just have to redo it, unfortunately. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a mutual decision between myself and the venue, so it's no one's mad one way or the other. Yeah.
All right. We want to keep an eye on you there. Make sure you're.
Yeah. Well, and I'm doing good. And then in a week and a half, I'm playing the Village Vanguard, my annual year at the Village Vanguard. I'll be there from April 8th through 13th. And then in the next month and a half or two, getting back in the studio for a really, really special project I'm working on. I don't want to say what it is because someone might steal my idea, but it's a very unique and unprecedented type of project. So stay on the lookout for that. And I would love to come back with, this is a really nice platform and a way to speak and connect with musical fans and people that could be musicians as well. So this next project, I have a feeling that I think it'll be a lot of conversation that will work with this next project I'm going to do.
Super. And we do record these, so they go up on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So we'll get you. I think this is going to be a continuous recording off of the beginning, right?
Correct. Yeah. So
it'll be a long recording, but you'll be
51 or 52
at least.
Yeah. 4 years.
Okay.
But who are you bringing into the Vanguard?
The same group that you just heard on that CD. Jeremy Manasseh is the pianist, David Williams, and McClinty Hunter, which is the group that has been together with me now. Wow, we've made I think 4 or 5 CDs together. So we've been together for a little bit here, and it's
Was
really
he the
nice.
pianist who played behind Nikki's poem?
That's right, Jeremy. He's a great jazz musician that lives in the New York area, and we've been he's been playing with me now. I don't know, almost 10 years or so. He's a great jazz pianist. Absolutely.
He sounded real good.
Yeah, talented artist, great composer as well.
So in the, Javon, I also straighten out Bill's spelling. He's not the best speller in the world, so
Okay.
My
don't blame
spelling
him.
is
That's not his
not
fault. It's certainly not my fault. I fix things usually when I find them.
Oh, that's
So apologies there. But the other thing is I just put in the side for everybody who's here, the YouTube channel. And it's basically at Jazz Boston. And that's just our stuff that has graciously been put up there. And every week, Bill sends this over to his person and it gets set up there. And it's also in the email that I sent to you. That we sent out today. Okay.
I've been fortunate to have a relationship with my opinion, the best publicist in the universe, Anne Braithwaite, and so she made me aware, and she's on the Zoom call with us tonight, and also she made me aware of this platform. So I'm happy to now know it because it's fun. I might even pop in on once in a while and just listen.
Anytime.
To other artists. And then there's a culinary experience too, so I get
That's
to watch.
right. If you're lucky, we're in the kitchen over there. So thank you, Ann, for putting that together here and getting. And I have to say, you're playing mesmerizing to me. And Bill will tell you, I usually don't chime in much. Usually I just am, I'm taking care of business here. But I appreciate your music. And I've been doing this. I was DJ back in the 70s and all that. So up in colleges in New York. So
Wow.
been around for a little while.
I definitely appreciate the words, kind thoughts. I'm been a fan, and I like to feel that the responsibility and obligation to try to do my part, whether it is helping students and try to keep making recordings, because I've had great opportunity to be, how can I say, mentored by folks like Art Blakey and Elvin Jones and Freddie Hubbard and Cedar Walton and all these other individuals. So I feel like they've helped me a lot. So I want to just try to carry the baton as far as I can carry it and then pass it on to someone else.
Yep.
So
That's appreciated.
that's kind of how this works.
Yep.
We're doing it.
Okay. I'm going to be quiet. Thank you for being here. And I'm going to go back to my kitchen, clean up. Have some of that stew.
Billy.
Yeah, report back to us how it tastes. We want to hear.
I will.
Starving at 10 o'clock, but that's
All
okay. I eat enough. Thank you,
I'm
Javon.
going to go get it now. I haven't eaten it.
Okay.
Thanks so much for coming on, and everyone else for listening tonight. We're going to close with you and Billy Drummond. I've been trying to get Billy Drummond. Was he at Berkeley when you were here?
No, Billy never went to Berkeley. I met Billy once I moved to New York, and of all of the artists that I've recorded with, I think Billy's done more recordings with me than probably any other. He's drummer for sure. He's on all of my Blue Note recordings, and then I did another one with him on the Palmetto label. So we've spent a lot of time together, and he's a great jazz drummer, and he would love this platform. So I have to let him know that you desire his presence, and I'm sure he'll be glad to do it.
I've been trying to. Yeah, he and I have been emailing.
So
anyway, here's one of the best.
I can see the smoke coming off the plate. Wow, that's terrible. Show us this and not for us to have a fork. I know. Yeah.
I may need a spoon for this one.
Yeah, all we need now is a good bottle of Cabernet, and we're ready to go.
That's right. Thank you, Javon.
What Billy is that you have there? Billy Drummond. Which one?
You and Ron Carter and Billy Drummond.
Oh, I forgot about that one, the trio record. Absolutely. Yeah, that was a lot of fun too.
I bet it
Yeah,
was.
we did a Russian folk song on there, didn't we? What's the second piece? The second track on that recording, Bill. Wow, I'm really spacing out tonight. It's a Russian piece.
I think I have it on some compilation. So.
Oh, okay. It's the second. I can't remember.
We'll be together again.
That's fun too. That. Oh yeah, we did. I know we did. But Beautiful is on there too, but that's not the one I'm thinking about. Oh, we did a piece on there called Dark Eyes. Isn't that a Russian piece?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Russian piece. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Russian. And then we did Danny Boy, which is a beautiful folk song, Irish folk song. So that was a fun recording. You're right. Yeah.
I'll look for Dark Eyes.
Yeah, Dark Eyes is great. That came out nice.
Yeah. Django. Last week's show was with James Carter, and we did a lot of Django's music.
Did Django record that too?
Mm-hmm.
He did. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. How's James doing? I haven't seen him in years.
Good. He's doing well.
So he did a recording of Django Reinhardt's music?
He did 2 records of Django's and
Oh.
concerts, but we did a hot club last week.
Okay.
It was 4 hours of Django. Not just Django, little Hamlet Blewett and a lot of other stuff too. But
wow, you did a marathon with him. That's great.
so he wanted to do Django. I talked to his, and then the 3rd week in April we'll be doing Don Bias.
Wow.
And Con Chapman, who's a regular on the show.
Yeah.
A retired lawyer who now, for fun, writes jazz biographies. He wrote one on Johnny Hodges.
Yeah.
And he's got a book coming out any day now on Don Bias. So, but we'll send you the link.
Oh, yeah. There's a recording he did of a piece called How High the Moon, which is unbelievable. I think it's in 45 or 46. Unbelievable.
In those duets he did with Slam Stewart.
Oh, yeah. He's, we talk about the giants in the swing era, and we always talk about Coleman Hawkins, obviously, and Lester Young and Ben Webster, but Don Bias has a place in there too.
He certainly does.
Absolutely.
Okay, a little more music.
Okay.
I'll come back on after this if you want to stick around, but if not, I understand, and thank you so much for joining us. This is Epistrophe.
Oh, no, Dark Eyes. You going to play Dark Eyes?
We got to find Dark Eyes. First, I'll play Epistrophe. Then
okay. Got it.
I had Epistrophe queued up, so I got to find that somewhere in this.
You
Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you in 2 weeks. That was called Rhythm Future. Django and Stefan Grappelli. And Javon, you got our future of the music. Thank you so much.
Got the lamb stew was fantastic. It had Brussels sprouts, and I got a big red beet today over at Atlas Farm.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I even have the T-shirt.
Wow.
I got
Wow.
real cheeks from that stew. That's awesome.
I'm on my way. I'll be there midnight. But
Good
no,
night.
thank you. It's great to be here on this platform and meet all of you and talk about music. It's really inspiring. And without folks like yourselves, we couldn't do it. So it's really nice to be able to have an interface with individuals like you all.
Yeah, we're all keepers of the flame, all of us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Part. Hi, Tom. Goodbye, Tom.
Yeah. Well, listen,
Tom and
thanks.
I were roommates back in college, back in the 1970s.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. And he plays now. He's a great saxophonist.
Oh,
but he's up in way up. Big cliffs out in the boondocks.
Where is that? In Massachusetts?
Tom's in Maine.
Oh, he's in Maine. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Now you're in Massachusetts.
I'm 2 blocks from Scullers.
Are you kidding me? Oh my
I'm
gosh.
not kidding you. I told Ann, just come by my house.
Bob Blumenthal lives near you. He lives in that area too.
He does, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to see Bob, but I got to come see him sometime soon. But yeah, so we'll make it work at some point.
We will. I'm here every day, but almost every Wednesday.
Okay.
You're in your house. Of course, you're there every day.
Now, what kind of medicine are you in?
General practice.
Okay, good.
That's how I met Cliff. He's my IT master.
Okay.
I've never been to him as a doctor. I can attest to that. I am his doctor. I'm his PC doctor. So
got it. That's incredible.
About 20 years now.
But no,
wow.
I've practiced in Boston for, oh my goodness, over 30 years now.
Wow. That's incredible. Well, like I said, we'll see each other in person soon.
We will.
I'll get your information. Seriously, I'm going to come up. We'll get a meal. I love eating in that area. There's a lot of good food restaurants in that area of Northampton.
For sure.
Thank you all. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Javon. Cliff, nice to meet you too. This is Ann.
Hi, Ann.
I'm not coming on camera. I'm too tired. But we will hopefully see you all soon. Cliff, in Northampton, you've got jazz shares. Do you go hear the concerts that Glenn Siegel does at jazz?
Sometimes I leave this house, but not very often. I've got everything here. I've got a hot tub. I've got a fire pit. I've got so.
Oh, we're all coming out to dinner at your house now.
Party. That about one of my neighbors.
Yeah.
Cliff's the hardest working man in show business.
True.
That's where I got my music from. Living 3 blocks from James Brown. So bless him.
Wow.
All right. We're still recording. Now everybody knows where I live. They're all going to show up here tomorrow.
We don't know your address.
Find me. I mean, how many Bodenweisers are there, right? It's not like Jackson or Goldberg,
That's true too.
They'll find me. So
yeah.
But appreciate you guys this evening. It was great shows. 2 shows back to back. It was like a double header tonight. It was we started at 5:30 here.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we've been going a long run here. So this is a 5-hour show. For those of you who stuck around or watching it later, God bless you.
Right. Well, my pleasure. Thank you, everybody, and
thank you,
talk soon, Ann, and thank you, Bill.
My pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Good night, all. Thanks.